Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is December 24th, YC125. It is Christmas Eve, so let's play some Christmas Eve. This is the Eve Universe Show. Yeah, that's where we're going today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's it going, guys? It is a different day, an unexpected day, an unexpected time. I told you guys I was going to try to stream before the end of the year. Here we go. This is just the beginning. Hopefully, I don't know. The plan is my son would like to stay 5 days at his mom's house. I don't know how that's going to work, how well that's going to work out. So we'll see one day at a time. But in the meantime, I want to take that opportunity to do some extra streaming, to hang out with you guys. I've had to miss you guys so much this, especially this year. And it's the holidays, right? Like, it is Christmas Eve. And if you've got better things to do this Christmas Eve than hang out with me, totally understand. But, you know, I want to be here for everybody who might not. Now, my son is doing fine. We already did our Christmas together. He's off doing Christmas Day with his mom. So here we are, spending time together. Merry Christmas to my Empyreans. So, what are we doing? Well, one of the most popular videos of this year of mine was, should you play EVE Online, or why you should play EVE Online in 2023, and some tips, I think is what it was called. I am the best at the YouTube thumbnails and names. Either way, so, you know, there was this idea that I should remake it for 2024. But what I thought I would do is today we would do some recording potentially that could be used for that theoretical future. Should you play EVE in 2024 or starting out EVE in 2024 type video? Because I'm going to start where you're at. Okay. The scenario is that, you know, I just got a brand new computer for Christmas, and now I've gotten a chance to play like this EVE Online. I haven't been able to play it before, but now I'm getting into it, and I've got my free to play account. So I want to see how far I can get during this period of time, however long I end up getting, seeing how much I can get done with that account, and hopefully distilling as much advice for the brand new pilot, the pilot that's in that scenario, that now is the time that it is your first time ever stepping foot into this world of New Eden. I'm here with you, and we're going to go through it step by step, starting from character creation. Is that exciting? I'm actually legitimately excited by this. Okay. And I have a list of, so like, I have things that I want to show off, make sure to show off, you know, we're going to do some Geet exploration. I want to talk about Jita in the market. One of the reasons why I wanted to start today is that on Christmas, I'm hoping I will end up with the endurance. If I figured my stuff out right, I should have my endurance tomorrow. So I'll be able to do some of the ice mining stuff, which is sort of cheating, but at the same time, you know, showcasing, you know, that there's different things throughout the year, and you got to be able to capitalize on it. Either way. So, but I kind of want you guys to help me create my character. So I was thinking I should be Mimitar, just because, like, if I do faction warfare, I was thinking about doing the Angel Cartel stuff. But I'm open to some ideas, right? Like, I guess I could go with Caldari because a lot of people go with Caldari. What are your thoughts? Those of you with emotes can emote the organization or the corporation I should focus on. Yeah, there you go. Living in Amar and being far from Cheetah. I think that Caldari is probably the most. A lot of my alts end up being Caldari. Gallente Master Race. Yeah. I mean, we all know that Gallente is the correct answer, but let's be serious. A lot of people go Caldari, so we'll go Caldari too. Actually, no. You know what? I wanted to start with this. I want to talk a little bit about, because here's the question. you know, we talk about how players need to learn stuff from from other players, but we're so bad at giving advice. Okay, here's the question. Here's the question that almost every new player asks, and this is your opportunity to give them good advice. And that question is, what race should I play? And what will you be told? You'll be told, or you'll tell them, it doesn't matter. And that is true, okay? Like, objectively true. At one point, we were trying to figure out, like, a Praxis build for somebody, or, like, for a Day Zero Alpha. No, it wasn't even a Praxis. It was a Ferox. We were building our Day Zero Ferox PvP build. And, you know, we figured out I wanted to get the best clone we could possibly get for somebody with the 1 million free SP, you know, how we could build the best Ferox pilot from Go, right, with nothing else. Cool. That was the goal. And what I challenged them, like when they came back to me with the skill plan, it was racial agnostic. And I was like, no, like there has to be a best race, right? Like, is it Gallente or Caldari or, you know, I don't know what it is. And they came back to me and they showed me that the difference in training between like an Amar totally off what you're going for and a Caldari was like literally less than an hour. So it's like, okay, whatever, fine. It's all the same. So mechanically speaking, it does not matter. There are some cosmetic choices, although a lot of those cosmetic choices have been kind of loosened up a little bit. So the big reasons why you'd want to choose one race over another is more or less where you want to start out and who you want to be, like almost like an RP sort of thing. You do start out with the skills, but you also start out with standings that are friendly towards the race that you start with. So if you're going to be doing like if you're joining a group that does Caldari missions in HiSec or whatever, or whatever in HiSec Caldari space, then choosing Caldari isn't a terrible idea. But we're not even going to worry about that because we're going to actually look at the 4 races and what they are and who they are and why you might want to pick them. So we're going to start with the Minmatar. So the Minmatar come from the planet of the of Matari, okay, which is in Matar, which is in the solar system of Pator. And they were once these 7 tribes that lived on this planet before the Amar showed up and invaded their territory and enslaved their race. And about 130 years ago or so, the Minmatar rebelled, and about 40% of the Matari people have now been liberated and have joined together in the Minmatar Republic. Okay? That means that a full 60% of them are still enslaved. The ships of the Minmatar generally focus on flexibility and speed, however, are ostensibly shield-oriented. They use projectile weapons. Projectile weapons are the opposites of lasers in the fact that they have a very short optimal range, but long fall off. So they're going to be able to hit things really well. The short range weapons can hit things very, very well, and will hit for a long range. And the closer you are to them, the more damage they're going to do. They're very good, consistent damage, although they have all kinds of different ammo that balances damage type and range. So they're a little bit more complicated when it comes to ammo selection and such. The long-range version, the artillery, are the slowest cycling and therefore highest alpha or front-loaded damage in the long-range weapon category. Their politics, they are at war with the Amar Republic, the Amar Empire, who are have over 60% of the Matari people still enslaved. And the thorn in their side is a group called the Angel Cartel, which is a pirate group that is effectively an empire in their own right, that are basically criminal for the sake of it, if that makes sense. They are very much deal with criminal activities and kind of make a mockery of the Republic's attempt at governance. The Amar are the slavers. They are a group of highly religious individuals who believe that their mandate comes from God, that they are the chosen. They are the few that have remained true, when the rest of the cluster fell from grace before time immemorial. And as such, they are responsible to reclaim the world and bring all else under the empire of Amarr. Needless to say, this is concerning to a lot of the other empires. Their pirate enemy is the Blood Raiders, who are a fanatical group of people who believe that, like, so in the Amarr, they believe that it is their blood that gives them purity. It's blood right type ideas. The Blood Raiders take that to the next step and say that blood itself is sacred and it's the path towards godhood. And so the Blood Raiders are a group of these cultists that have been banded together by this one dude and now raid installations and ships and stuff and drain people of blood in order to cover their ships and do their rituals. The Gallente, they are the only democracy of New Eden, and they have, with all of the perks and negatives that a democracy entails. They once were united with the Caldari state. The Caldari and the Gallente actually both come from the same solar system. The Gallente helped uplift the Caldari from the Iron Age to the Space Age. However, attempted to basically impose their culture upon them. The Caldari responded very negatively. And while the Gallente failed in governance, the Caldari began increasingly relying on mega corporations that eventually took over their government, and they rebelled, causing a war between the Gallente and the Caldari that led to a second war, whose peace occurred about 130 years ago. They have a large area with loosely connected districts. They have a lot of internal politics because of this, and the Senate and all that sort of stuff. They are the democracy. They are for freedom, ostensibly. The Serpentis Corporation is their pirate organization. Basically, the Serpentis Corporation comes from a Gallentian family who got into the drug trade, and then the government tried to make them illegal in order to take them out of business, and the son made a criminal empire out of it, and so now we have the Serpentis Corporation, which are, the drug and pharmaceutical research and development. 07, thank you for that, Ganai. The Caldari, as I said, they are controlled by a series of 8 mega corporations that kind of officiate their day-to-day life. They believe very much in, like, your position, duty to the state, meritocracy kind of tradition. Hey, thank you so much for that, Ganai. And the 8 different mega corporations are in active competition with each other, with shifting alliances and such. They are by far kind of the most scientifically adept of all of them. While the Gallente were advanced, at first the Caldari more than overtook the Gallentians, and their, say what you will for authoritarianism, it is very productive. So they end up on the forefront of a lot of technological advances. Their pirate organization is the Guristas, which are they're the pirates' pirate. They love, hey, sheesh, 07, thank you so much. I drink and I know things. So the Guristas do a lot of black market deals, treachery. They one-up each other on the biggest heist. One of the things that they're most known for is kidnapping this diamond mogul and ransoming him for a king's ransom, which is, in fact, one of their ships have a skin based on that. Sorry, to go back a little bit, the Amarr ships are armor-based. They're very much about having heavy resistances and lots of hit points. And their weapon system is lasers, which are...
Merry Christmas. That sweater is smoking hot. Open mouth smile.
Lasers have very good optimal range with a very short fall off, so they can shoot for a long ways, and they're pretty accurate, but then they quickly lose efficacy after that. The big thing about lasers are that all of their ammo does EM and thermal damage because it's a laser. However, they can quickly swap what crystals they're using, which is their ammo, in order to make sure that they have they can hit well regardless of the range, right? They've got long range crystals and short range crystals, and they can switch out very, very quickly and easily. They also don't consume ammo in the same way that a lot of other ships are, so their weapon systems are extremely flexible in everything besides the type of damage they do. They also have the secondary weapon system of both drones and missiles, depending on which direction you go, which gives them they're the only race that has access to basically both secondary weapon systems pretty effectively. Thank you, Bruce. First time catching you live. Love the content. Thank you, and keep up the good work. I will. Watching a couple of years ago, recently subbed. Just wanted to let you know that you're a good portion of why I love Eve so much. Great job. 07. Thank you guys so much. I know you guys are saying like really kind things in the chat, and I'm just going off about things. I appreciate you guys. You know, Merry Christmas Eve. The Gallente. So the Gallente and the Caldari are kind of interesting in the fact that, so with the Amar and the Mimitar, lasers and hybrids are almost inverse of each other. Projectiles. Projectiles take no capacitor, have a really short optimal and a really long fall off, whereas lasers take up the most amount of capacitor, but have the longest optimal and shortest fall off, and pretty accurate. So then the Gallente and the Caldari actually use the same weapon system. They both utilize hybrid weapons, and hybrids are the most extreme. Their short-range weapon is the shortest range. The long-range weapon is the longest range. They take up a little bit of capacitor. The short-range weapon is highly accurate. It's basically the shotgun of Eve, whereas the long-range weapon is very, very hard to track. It's basically like a sniper rifle looking through the sniper scope. So they're valuable in their different ways. However, it is their secondary weapon system that makes them different. The Gallente go strong into drones, which are like automated combat or utility tools that you can deploy out external to your ship, and they can fight enemies and do other things, mine, logistics, whatever. They are a very flexible weapon platform in the fact that you could, depending on which drones you use, determines how much damage they are, how fast they are, and what type of damage they do. Damage selection is really powerful in this game, but they are themselves vulnerable, right? You can attack and destroy drones. You can't attack and destroy turrets or missiles. Whereas, I know there's somebody's like, actually, but we're going to go with that. Missile systems are also highly flexible in the fact that they can change their damage, but they operate very differently than turrets. While turrets require tracking and care about optimal and the speed that the opponent is going around you, missiles don't care. They only care about how big the thing is and how fast it's going compared to your missile. So missiles, while turrets can miss or hit and do like crit damage and stuff, missiles are formulaic. They will always do an exact amount of damage based on the comparison between the missile stats and the target stats at moment of impact. So they're very reliable, but less it doesn't have as many highs. The turrets have a higher chance of damage potential often than missiles. So, and then of course the Minmatar and the Caldari are more shields oriented, which there's a lot to do with the difference between shields and armor. If you want to know more about this stuff, I have a full master course about all different kinds, like everything that you need to know to consider when it comes to fitting. It's the fitting master course, part 1 and part 2. It's only 6 hours long. There are chapters. You can check it out on the YouTube video, but for now, we're going to jump into it. I think we decided we were going to go with Caldari because Caldari, a lot of people go with Caldari. Caldari is where the center of trade is. It's got a lot of 07. Thank you so much, Bruce. And missiles are by far kind of the not by far, but like it's easy to say that that missiles are this superior PvE weapon system. So, especially as a new player, missiles make a lot of sense, and the Caldari makes some of the best newbie-friendly ships in the game. So we're going to go with that. Aikawarazu Chan getting a gifted membership from Ganai. Excellent. Thank you so much. 07.
Have been promoted.
Also, Bruce, thank you for your first super chat. Excellent. Rockets are dope for PvP. All right, so we're going to go with Caldari. So as far as with all 4 of the races, there are actually 3 sub races. All right. And honestly, there are more sub races than these. These are just the ones that you get to have access to. Like there are 7 tribes of the Mimitar, but there's only 3 that you can make characters for. There's 5 families, 6 families for the Amar. And there's at least one Ando. No, there's Yin Mei. Oh God, who's Chandeli? Is that Yin Mei? There's at least one. Somebody help me out. What is another Gallente sub race? Manar. Ah, Malik. I came up with it right as it popped up. I know you won't ever believe me. Well, no, because you might see, well, I don't know. We came up with it. No, Intaki's right here. So, the Gallente are the original like planet, and they're a very populous planet. They're the ones who lifted up the Caldari and kind of have gone up and liberated empires ever since.
Content for 2024.
The Yin Mei are a more recent addition. They actually just came out of a civil war. There's a ton of conspiracy about that, or at least things that stem out of some of the later details of that. I talk about it in my lore speedrunner video. And in the Intaki, oh man, the Intaki. So the Intaki are a very independent group of the Caldari, of the Gallente, that there's a lot of concern when it comes to the system of Intaki, and in fact the Intaki Syndicate, which are a kind of a defecting group of Intaki in Nullsec. Again, the lore speedrun will be probably pretty useful for you in that one. There are more Mimitar living in the Federation than the Republic. Okay, so but for the Caldari, these are different. So the Caldari lived on these 4 different continents on this one planet. And so there's different Caldari subgroups within the Caldari. There's the Sivir, which are the highly competitive. They thrive under chaotic circumstances and frantic activity. The Artura, which are in the spiritual center. Like they have a very like almost Japanese spiritualism about them. And the Dedis, with sharp ordered mind and articulate tongues, they have the responsibility of upholding the integrity of the Caldari state their own. So yeah, we are going to go Akara, like the car. Akara. I'm not sure if I know how to pronounce the car right. The lore has Intaki being right at home at the state. You know, that is something that we've mused about, is that like, is the, like, as we were getting closer and closer to what would be revealed with the Deathless, is like, is the Deathless going to help basically, like, are the Caldari and the Deathless going to work to liberate Intaki from the Federation? What would that do, given the fact that Intaki is the headquarters of the Gallente militia group? You know, there's a whole. I'm still got my eye on that whole area, because the fact that they're still you know, like they're out of the war zone and still on the map is highly suspicious. Yeah, it is. I could do that. The Deathless is New Eden's Che Guevara. Changed my mind. I mean, he's the prophet of the new Aeon. Standings between pirate groups change? Yes. Used to like each other. Was out if you're grounding LP. Watch out if you're grinding LP. Yeah. They just did a full rework of the standings between the different between the groups. In particular with the pirate groups. Let's go with an Acura. Now Angels and Grissus like each other? Yep. Isn't that weird? All right. Randomize appearance. Character creator is actually super powerful. They won some pretty significant awards considering like how like this was made in 2010, right? 2010. Like at the time, character creators were mostly just like mostly a bunch of selections or sliders. This idea that you could just like grab pieces and change them. Very new. All right. Sorry. Old habits die hard. I can't not at least tweak it. I like that. Close. Would be cool to make use of the character creator to modify how aura looks, but they worked hard on how aura looks. What rip walking in stations? Yeah. Well, no, you can change your appearance now as easily as you ever could. I feel like this is very classic Eve. You like their previous model better? I mean, teach their own. Yeah, I like how this game has a better character creator than most games that you actually get let you see your character more up close in a personal way. Yeah, it's true. Well, remember this was made at a time where they thought they were going to make like this game and just as much about walking in stations as it was about flying in space. That was the idea at the time, which I just talked about in my last video, which you can go watch about the Summer of Rage. All right, let's just go. What is my full name? They were making a big deal of the carbon engine too back then. Yeah, well, that was the whole idea. It was a good idea at the time. They just create, you know, it turns out making an engine is really, 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 really hard. Gretel? Oh my god. What the is that? Ubunonama Undan Aninen. That would be the name I would go for if I want nobody to send me ISK. Treya Ash. Uzimi Mato Uto. Oh my god. No, we're going with that. How about Ash Hitta. It's such a bad idea. Ash Hitta. All right. And we're going to be... military. That almost... Name is unavailable. Oh. Hold on. That's a good point, Jeff. It's like Ashrathi's younger Kaldari cousin. Yeah. Ash Kato. Name is unavailable. Kato Ash. Kato Ash. Huh? Huh? Kato Ash. Outsmarted him.
Only the most intrepid capsuleers can conquer its many wonders. Do you have
Boy, I
what
wish
it
this video
takes to
didn't
become
hitch.
one with the machine? To explore the far reaches of space, carving out a name for yourself among the stars. To become
They've
a
gotten it better.
titan of industry, amassing wealth, power, and prestige as you rise above your rivals. Or to prove your worth in combat, cementing new alliances and vanquishing your foes on your path to glory. For the rare few, immortality awaits. With AIR's Capsuleer training program, you become the architect of your own destiny.
Well, it's also not preloading the video. That's the bigger problem. But yes, it is probably a combination of things. Yes.
Greetings, Captain. I am Aura, your AI companion. I am
Oh,
here
7,
to help
thanks,
you
Chris.
find your way through New Eden.
Another first
Welcome to the first day of your new life as a
super chat. Thank
capsuleer.
you.
I am now transferring your pod into a ship provided by air as part of your Captain, an unidentified communicator. Vectoring escape route. Evacuation sequence initiated. Station hull integrity compromised.
I don't understand why they put a moment's work into saving
Captain,
my
this
ass.
cloning
I'm
facility
immortal.
was attacked before your capsule could be inserted into a ship. I initiated our evacuation sequence before we reached the hangar to avoid certain death. No need to thank me.
Merry Christmas and happy holidays all.
They almost gave me an
This
Esther.
baptism by fire is certainly not what Air had planned for your first day in a pod. Rest assured, I am here to help. I'm unable to identify our attackers.
There is no
but
cockpit.
they
We
are
don't
not
live in a
currently
cockpit. We live in a
targeting
pod.
our capsule. This gives us time to locate a ship. Your pod may be able to fly through space, but like all capsules, now let's get a better look at our surroundings. Ah, there is a ship still capable of flight. I have highlighted the navigation section of your display.
When did they make this intro? When they started the Air MPE. Yeah, you know, Jeff, I was actually thinking like that's actually what they could have done. They could have been like, warning pilot, Your immortality is currently compromised. The cloning facility has been destroyed. We need to get you somewhere safe. Be careful and follow us. Valkyrie was cool.
Our shields took significant damage in the attack.
Oh,
The armor
nice.
is also in need of repair.
I think that some of these could auto
I
next.
believe the appropriate idiom for this situation is, we're screwed. Fortunately, the cavalry has arrived. Ships bearing air transponders are approaching our location.
Oh, I hated that, Chris.
This is Balin Ferris, Commander of Air Security. All ships evacuating this cloning facility are advised to rendezvous at emergency coordinates.
Several thousand civilians appear to have survived the attack. Let us make haste and join the fleet Commander Ferris is organizing.
Captain, your vessel looks like it's seen better days. I'll repair you once you're in range.
We do need more aura. Replace the agency with aura. And also, like, opportunities is great.
Commander Ferris,
The agency is
were you
great.
able to determine
Use
the
those
identity
and
of our
show info
attackers?
all into one UI and call it aura.
Negative aura. Their transponders were cloaked and their hulls lacked any identifying information. I'd wager this was an act of corporate espionage turned violent. There are a lot of people in New Eden who want to get their hands on Air's technology, whatever the cost.
I can only imagine how many people quit this game during those times over
Thanks to Commander Ferris's
mistake like that.
repairs, our ship is almost
It's
as
true,
good as
but-
new. At his command, we will proceed.
they
to
come
the
back
emergency
sometimes, like that
coordinates.
splinter in your brain. That's part of the whole thing.
All ships enter warp formation.
I don't know how. You should get a report from the Orca when they're aligned. Oh god, screen shake. Oh no, screen shake. Very first thing I'm gonna do, turn on camera, turn off screen shake. For all your guys' sake. You don't have to if you don't want to. But especially if someone's watching your stream or something, I've been told that really helps.
Evacuation zone. We'll be safe here while we regroup.
Will we? What's that mysteriously cloaked probe over there?
A spot well chosen. This location's cosmic abnormalities will mask our warp signatures from detection.
That's not a mechanic that exists in the game largely, though. That's...
But our appreciation of New Eden's natural wonders will have to wait.
Good night. What?
Captain, I could use your help. My sensors are picking up a strange signal nearby, but my forces are stretched thin defending the civilian fleet.
I don't like the fact that I can't radial menu it this time.
Initiating scan of unidentified signal. Captain,
Yeah.
hostiles inbound.
We have to defend those unarmed civilian transports. All ships equipped for combat, form up around me.
10-year vet looking to return. Is it worth
My
it? Haven't
sensors
played since
indicate that
2018.
these are
Don't
the
know
same
what
ships
or
that
who to
attacked the
join.
cloning facility.
I just want to have a late retirement fun at my leisure. Where do I start? You start by I have a video called Returning to Eve. Watch this first. That's where you start, and then you can always contact the convocation and get help.
They're targeting those civilian ships.
We're too far away, Captain. Thankfully, our ship is equipped with...
So, one thing, especially, like, a lot of people use the overview for their orientation. That's really good, obviously. But sometimes, like this, my spatial awareness comes from inside the world. So I can just hold control and bounding box to begin targeting.
Time to show these hostiles what you're truly made of.
Just like that.
Another hostile ship incoming. A cruiser this time. It's larger and better armed than those frigates. What an exhilarating way to test your combat abilities.
So once again, I can see where he is in space. I'm just gonna do a bounding box. There's actually a reason to not have all brackets showing, because if you don't have it bracket, like, often you can control what it locks. Radial menu is not bad. We'll talk about that in a minute. Yeah. The intro is actually pretty fun now. A lot has changed in Eve, and, like, especially when it comes to places outside of nullsec. So faction warfare, high sec, all kinds of good opportunities all over the place now. I'm gonna hold C and click to snap the camera to, so now it focuses on the cruiser. Conflagration like the laser crystals in a Marwa. What? Right, Felipe, you're absolutely correct, and that's why I recommend people change it, how you open it.
Shit. 2 battleships breaking away from the enemy fleet. They're stopping the last civilian transport from warping away. Watch your 6, Captain. They're bigger and badder than anything you've fought before.
Captain, we can use electronic countermeasures, ECM, to break the battleship's lock on the civilian transport. Doing so means the battleship will be able to target only one thing. Us. There is no other way to save those civilians. They are not captured.
That's it. The final group of civilians has escaped. You've done good, Captain.
I didn't even successfully jam him. I didn't successfully jam him. You liar!
Fire, Commander Ferris. Once our ship is destroyed, the pod will soon follow. According to my calculations, our destruction is 99.99% certain.
You liars!
Damn it.
There's still civilian ships.
Bastards have me pinned down. I won't be able to reach you in time.
Uh-huh. Sure do.
You fought well today, Captain. This is a warrior's death. Luckily for you,
Cue cue the honorable. What is
you are a Capsilia.
the music?
You, death is
Triumphant
not an end.
music.
It is
Heroic
simply the
music, there you
beginning
go.
of a new adventure. As always, I will see you on the other side.
To reach out to the convocation. That's my alliance, the convocation of Empyreans.
Welcome back to the world of the living, Captain.
We have a
I
Discord to
hope
help
your
you
death
out.
was not too uncomfortable. Your neural data has been transferred to a fresh clone body. But before you stretch your new legs, someone very important would like to meet you.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vesper Calatrix, Air's Vice President of Operations. Commander Ferris spoke highly of your courage under fire. You went out with quite the bang. But
Merry
from
Christmas.
what he tells me, you deserve more than just our thanks. In fact, we have some credits waiting for you. The attack on the cloning facility interrupted your integration into Air's career program. We've re-established your connection to the program, and you've already earned a reward.
Nice.
You can access the Air Career program via your Neocom.
07 Aikawarazu Chan.
Welcome to the program, where capsuleers can forge their own path through New Eden while earning rewards for their...
The rewards you just claimed are available to redeem.
I forgot that
View
gets them
your
to stop
redeem
talking.
items to see your newly awarded. From here, you can redeem your ISK directly into your wallet.
So this brand new account gets 1 million free SP. If you have never gotten your million free SP, please use the link down below or in the chat to get yourself your own free million skill points for free, allocatable in whatever you want. Very, very strong, and help support those who make this stream and the Convocation of Empyreans possible. We're just going to redeem all of it.
As your last ship was destroyed in a blaze of glory, Air would like to provide you with a new one.
I will enable your station services panel so that you may board the ship provided to you by Air.
There's a path for taking a catalyst for the Udama suicide gang. That's very easy to do with 1 million free SP.
Try not to blow this one up so quickly, but if you do, you can acquire a new Corvette at any station.
This is Soldier of Ganking tree. Okay. I suppose I need to jump in my Corvette.
Your next adventure will hopefully prove less explosive. We have a lead on the attack on the cloning facility, and we want you to follow up on it.
You can do suicide ganking as an alpha. You just have to have friends.
That moments before
or
the attack,
hulks.
they lost contact with one of our research facilities. That facility is in orbit around this solar system's sun. What do you say? Up for a little reconnaissance?
Certainly, Miss
Sure.
Calatrix. I am sure we are just as curious as you about what happened.
What research into the sun are you doing that other people are
Excellent.
interested in?
It could just be solar radiation blocking their comms.
Oh yeah, that's
but I
right.
wouldn't bet
Alphas
on it.
can't go safety red.
Fly
Duh.
out to the sun, investigate, and report back on whatever is going on.
Frigates of Eve yearbook PDF. Yeah. They do that almost every year, and I think that they do a good job with it.
You may undock and begin your journey whenever you are ready, Captain.
So the million SP redeemable only for one character per account, or for all three? Just one. However, you can make multiple accounts. Each account gets that million free SP. One of the things I recommend doing is actually making like a dozen or so accounts and then putting the Magic 14 skill plan in there. I have it on the Convocation Notion. You can find a link to in the read this section of the Convocation Discord. And you plug those into all of your dudes and do not redeem the million free SP. And what you end up with is like a dozen or so accounts that have 5 million SP allocated into the Magic 14, which are the skills that are effective no matter what you're flying. 1 million SP to allocate in order to make it specialized into whatever you need in that exact second. And if you ever buy Plex from CCP, you can do it with one of those accounts. And you do it with an account that you've never done it before, and you get the 4 Master Arm Cerebral Accelerators, which are worth an extra like 350, 400 million ISK on top of it. So yeah, having those blank clones growing is a really cool idea, even for early players, because that allows you to branch into different things. You know, if you need a clone to put somewhere, you need a spy to burn, you need to put something in a wormhole, so that way if you get potted out, you can always jump back in and get into the fight. Whatever you need, blank clones can be it for you. I'm going to put something in my skill queue because that freaks me out that it's not.
You can navigate a solar system by warping to celestial objects and other locations using your overview.
To be
Select
fair,
the
that
sun in your overview and then warp to it.
So it says, we want you, if I'm an old capsuleer, to pursue this deadly pirate who just blew up a station. Tutorial logic. So first of all, you actually technically have received like over 4 years of training before getting to this point, before even becoming a capsuleer in the first place. And on top of that, yeah, that's from the perspective of the empires, that's what we're good for, is that they send us in, and if we die, it doesn't matter.
Warp drive active.
A dozen accounts, I have 5 and feel like it's too much. Well, like I said, you just put them away. You just make them one day, and then you put them away, and then like 6 months later, they're all done. And then you just got them.
Considerably above retina destroying levels. Polarizing filters compensating.
Wait, there's another guy here. Ooh.
It seems
That was
safe
different.
to conclude that the problem was not just blocked comms.
Yeah.
Abnormal gravitational waves are emanating from the wreckage. Their source must have been exceptionally powerful for them to be so prominent despite the sun's own gravitational field.
Abnormal gravitational waves are emanating from the wreckage. Huh. So this is one of the questions, is like, what is happening here? And I think that these kind of matter. Abnormal gravitational waves. I mean, I hope it's not a new version of Jamil's super weapon. But there's a couple of entities, there's a couple of organizations that have access to that kind of technology,
There
but
are
it's like
multiple
considered to
wrecked
be a super
ships
tech.
among the debris. You can loot them to investigate their contents.
I don't think I remember this part. So if you notice, like by default, if you click on something, the camera snaps to it, and you've ever wondered why, I won't be able to change it yet, but you should be able to do, I think is it Shift C? Yeah, if you hit Shift and C, that stops it from happening, or it toggles whether or not it happens. Just so you know.
Module. The module has been placed inside your item hanger. You can access it again in the future by reopening your inventory. For now, close your inventory window to proceed. We can return to the station whenever you are ready, Captain. Drive active.
Isn't that Yan Yong thing? Gravitational tech? Yeah, well, I mean, gravitonic theory. But that's the point, is that, like, Isogen 5 and wormholes have unique gravitonic signatures. Although, I can't remember if the residuals of the Jamil super weapon is gravitonic or something else. Thought it was... Oh, I have to look it up.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
But that makes sense, though, because, like, the shields on these stations are super powerful.
Welcome
So
back.
if you're going to destroy
So,
something like
what
that,
did you
you've got to,
discover?
like, collapse the shields, which would be closer to, like, Jamil's super weapon.
I'm afraid the research site has suffered the same fate as the cloning facility. This time, however, the wreckage was surrounded by abnormal gravitational waves.
That's not something you need to concern yourself with.
Uh-huh. Maybe, oh, I know what it is. I bet you it's because Air was researching something in that lab. And its explosion caused the gravitational waves.
Ms. Calatrix,
Maybe
you
Isogen
did ask
5?
us to report whatever was going on.
Hold on.
It would be remiss of me if I did not note that these readings were quite unusual.
Push back. Okay, we've got a plot now.
Yes, well, you've reported it, and I have told you that it is not pertinent to this investigation. Did you find anything else?
There were a number of wrecked air vessels at the site. We recovered this mining module from one of them.
Okay.
A mining module? That cannot be a coincidence. We've just been contacted by one of our agents stationed at a nearby mining site. They've picked up a strange signal, but have been unable to locate its source.
I like the idea that none of that actually happened. It was just memories downloaded in your mind up to this current point. That's an interesting theory.
We need to find out if there's any connection between this signal and the attacks. You'll need to investigate, but undercover this time. If there is a link, we can't let whoever is behind all this know that we're onto them. Fit the mining module you recovered to your ship. That way you'll look like just another member of the mining fleet.
Yes, but it doesn't canonically happen to every single person. It is a bit of that MMO hand-waviness that it happened to you. It's a thing that has happened recently.
Duly noted, Miss Calatrix. Captain, you can fit the module to your ship by accessing the fitting window from the Neocom. Let's fit your new module in a free slot. Now, bring the module online. It appears you do not currently possess the skill necessary to use this module. Hardly surprising. You still have much to learn.
I guess that's a good point.
Please direct your attention to the icon on the... You can add the missing skill to your training queue here. Now, access the skill window. Skills are essential for all capsuleers in New Eden, as they serve as the primary measurement of one's growth. Training a new skill takes time, as the neural pathways of your brain are rewired. The complexity of this rewiring can be measured through skill points. You have enough unallocated skill points to train the required skill. Do so now.
Boom.
Now, all you have to do is confirm that the training required for your new
Here,
module
Air, we
is
download
complete.
trauma into our
Your skill queue is now
capsulars
empty.
immediately. It's conspiracy.
I should point out that you can train skills while doing other things. It's a good strategy to always have something training. I guarantee other capsuleers will be doing just that. We wouldn't want you to fall behind your peers, would we? To that end, I've sent the Air skill plan to your AI. Normally, you would have received it as part of your capsuleer training program starter packet.
Miss Calatrix's advice is sound. The more skills you acquire, the stronger you'll be. As you continue to grow as a capsuleer, you can adjust your skill acquisition to achieve your desired goals. Now, close the windows crowding your screen. It would be rather comical if you failed to see a threat hurtling right towards us. Turn the module on.
Yeah, it would be unfortunate if a full screen thing was in the way,
Well
and
done,
therefore
Captain.
you couldn't see a
You can
threat.
now close the fitting
Almost like
window.
it shouldn't default to full screen. Well, remember, so Air was created by a pair, which is basically a partnership of one of the Caldari groups and hold on. One of the Caldari groups and SOE. So yes, they've got a very strong SOE bend. We Are the Sleepers proved to be true that all of this MPE stuff would be the Air messing with the sleeper cluster. You know, there's definitely something behind that.
Looks like you're ready to go, Captain. We've sent the details of your assignment to your Opportunities interface.
That's
You
new.
can access the Opportunities interface via your Neocom.
Introductions.
Opportunities can help you discover key
Oh, cool.
information about a variety of activities available to you. Select the highlighted entry for further details.
Wait. Hold on. No, but okay, fine.
We've uploaded the key information on your assignment here. Whenever you're ready to take the next step in our investigation, you can click here to begin.
That's cool. Oh, I'm already tracking it. Right. So my task for baptism by fire is to accept hidden prospects,
Our agent will rendezvous with you at the mining
which then
site.
completes.
Keep your eyes open and watch your six. This is New Eden, after all.
See,
You
now it's
never know
completed.
what danger is lurking around the next Stargate.
Okay.
Miss Calatrix is right. Time is of the essence. I suspect something nefarious might be occurring at the
Oh
air
no, I
mining
think it makes
site.
sense.
Undock
It's
from the station
designed to
so
have
we can
one
begin our
tutorial.
journey there.
Like they're basically building the tutorial into modules. So now this is a stopping point. I could stop here and go and do other stuff and then come back later to finish this part. So I didn't have to accept it right then. I could have just closed it all up and stopped tracking the other one and just gone about my business.
Your info panel has been updated with the mining site's coordinates. Let us make haste and walk to the site immediately.
Oh, I do like the fact that you can see pretty clearly. I'm going to put air, put start training on there. Yes. Cool. An Air Athenor.
The scale of Air's mining operation is rather impressive for such a young corporation. They must be remarkably well funded. It is
They
little
are.
wonder that Miss Calatrix would suspect espionage. Further speculation will have to wait. We're being hailed by that orca.
You must be the fresh meat Vesper told me to expect. Elias
Yeah.
Pelton's a name, mining's a game. But you're not just here to mine, are you?
We're here
What?
to assist
No.
in any way we can
I'm just
with locating the source
lonely
of the
old
unusual
miner.
signal you've intercepted.
Unusual's one way of putting it. Pain in my ass is another. The signal's bouncing around these asteroids like a Feto hopped up on a bad booster. Can't get a lock on its source with all these rocks in the way.
We are outfitted with a mining laser upgrade that should help us clear those rocks away.
Good old Vesper, always 10 steps ahead. Now, let's put that bad boy to use. Best way to blend in is by getting your hands dirty with the crew. Some miners fly solo, but a project this big isn't exactly a one-man show. Sometimes the only way to get shit done is with a fleet. Bet this is the first time you mined with a crew. No offense or anything, you've just got that shiny new...
If your competence matches your
Oh, I guess I skipped ahead.
Please, call me Elias. Mr. Pelton makes me feel like an old man. My old man, specifically. Miserable son of a bitch. Just about spat in my face when I left his crusty old Caldari corp to make my own way.
Sincerest apologies, Elias. Our first name basis shall commence immediately.
Good. I like to keep things informal here. Keeps morale up. This crew's full of people like me, following the siren song of sweet, sweet independence. Doesn't hurt that the money's good, too.
Captain, we're now within range of the asteroid. We should stop here. Now is the time to activate your...
All right. So while this is burning,
spectacular about a fresh asteroid.
never
isn't there?
mind.
Play your cards right, and that giant hunk of rock becomes a giant pile of riches.
You can
Nephrite?
view your very own pile of rocks, as Elias puts it, in your cargo hold. It's actually ore, not rocks. But I assume Elias is resorting to basic linguistic wordplay, a very human tendency.
Thanks, Aura.
It might not look like much, but that's not just a pile of ore. It's a pile of possibilities. You can sell it, refine it, trade it. The choice is yours. Now, time to quit ogling your inventory. This asteroid's almost dry.
Hey, yeah, if you use the old buddy code way back in the day before it was 1,000,000 SP, you can use it again. That's correct.
Harvesting resources is one of the best ways to earn money in New Eden. And if you're gonna make it as a capsuleer, the one thing you gotta know is that money is king. Hell, with enough ISK, you'll be able to buy yourself a sweet ride like that venture over there.
Oh my god.
That's one down. And now, on to the next. Follow me, Captain, and stick close.
More of a data-driven game than a graphical game. Hey, it is pretty. Undeniably so. So, I am going to change some of my settings. Not only did I do my camera shake turned off, but I'm also going to hop over to user interface. And I like to turn the font size a little bit bigger. Only stack windows if shift is pressed, so that way I don't accidentally stack windows. You try to use existing windows if any, except when shift is pressed. Now if you hit shift and while you're opening up a window, then it'll open as a new window. Otherwise it just opens in an existing window. My window margin size is compact, and for gameplay, this is the most important one. Open radial menu with, turn that to right mouse button. You can turn it to middle mouse button if you want, but I prefer right mouse button, so that way, because I'm already using right mouse button, now if I click, like right click on something, then it opens up the menu, but if I long press or if I press right click and do a gesture, then it opens up the radial menu. I turn down my radial pop-up a little bit just to make it easier. So that way, all of my interactions are done with the right mouse button, and I don't accidentally activate it using the left mouse button. It's the worst. So, either way. Now I can set the radial. But you want to use the radial because the radial is actually a faster way to do basic interfaces. It's always the same regardless of what it is that you're dealing with. Like the same direction always means the same thing. You can radial off of all kinds of stuff in all kinds of places. And you can set ranges on the fly. Like you can set your orbit range on the fly. You can set a keep it range at the fly. You can, or a warp to. You know, like most of the time I want to warp to 0, but if I want to warp to 100 or 70 or 50 or whatever, like you can do that on the fly with the radial menu. Hey Mike, 07 to you. How's it going, man? Why am I'm shooting the asteroid instead of mining the asteroid? It just let me do that.
At this. Keep it up, and Vesper will be offering you my job soon.
Elias, are there any words of wisdom you find particularly valuable for new miners?
12 days of Christmas and
man, where to start? First off, you got to know the difference between raw ore and refined minerals. What we're doing right now is mining ore in its raw state. For someone just learning the ropes, selling that ore is the quickest way to make ISK. But you can also reprocess ore into minerals. Take tritanium, for example. You can't find that stuff in the wild. You've got to get your hands on some raw ore, like Veldspar, and then refine it into tritanium. You can sell those minerals.
Age limits a
use
bit?
them to
Oh,
build your
okay.
own ships or equipment. You can find refineries.
What are your age limits?
Experienced miners get way more efficient yields from their ore, so that's something you can work towards.
The asteroid is depleted. Another asteroid successfully depleted. The signal strength is increasing. I've isolated the direction of the signal source. It's coming from the asteroid I have indicated on your display.
We better close in on that rock, then.
So, yeah, speaking of advice for newer players, Mike Azariah is always, when he's online, he's in the rookie chat, and he flies around with a ship full of ships to hand out to new players called the Magic School Bus. So, if you are new to EVE in particular, then keep an eye on rookie chat, and he goes between the starter systems, and if you see Mike near you, make sure to scuttle over there to get a good fit ship from him. "30 days or less." So yeah, as long as you're 30 days or less old.
Strong in this location. Let's stop the ship here.
Brew coffee, raspberry
Just
truffle
like
with
that.
peppermint creamer. Hell
We can
yeah.
whittle away at this asteroid without damaging whatever's broadcasting that signal.
It isn't showing up? What isn't showing up? The million SP? It might take a little bit. Worst case scenario, you can petition it. Oh. I have a new offer. For the low price of 16 bucks, I get a month of Omega, 100 Plex, and this destroyer.
Holy shit. I think we just found what we're looking for.
The signal source appears to be that wreck.
Well, we're not going to get any solid answers all the way over here.
What do you think
Let's
about
move in.
these new holiday deals? Are they worth 12 months and 2 times MTC? Let me go look.
The signal is strongest in the vicinity of the Dramiel's cargo hold.
The former Dramiel's cargo hold?
I do love the feeling of striking gold. Go and grab whatever it is.
It looks deathlessy.
It appears to be a black box, a device designed to survive the destruction of the vessel carrying it. Such boxes can be used to record vital flight data, but also to store valuable items.
Well, I mean, it's 50% off, right? So this is a pretty normal deal that they've done where they like, buy 3 months, get 3 months of MCT. It's just the bigger version of it. Like, so yeah, this is a very, very, very standard deal. They actually used to do it like every 3 months, but this is like 3 months, 6 months MCT. Oh, the reason why they're doing it, okay, never mind. So the reason why you're doing it that way is because you got 3 characters on your account. So you could do 6 months of Omega and then 2 accounts side by side. So that way all 3 characters are training for 6 months. Or you can train a second character for a total of 12 months. It's worth noting that none of these are an MCT or, MCTC. These are not certificates. These are just the training. So you can't sell this for extra ISK or anything like that. This is, you get an extra training queue. So if you have something that you want to do on your secondary characters on the same Omega account, good things to do would be market alts, PI alts, hauling alts, you know, those kinds of things that you don't necessarily want to spend too much time training into yourself, But it's good to have a character, an alt that can do that is also on an Omega account. You've already got your main account, your main character has the account Omega already. Your market alt and your PI alt can be on that same account without actually costing you any. What about skill goo farming them? Yeah, you could also use them for, you could extract. Now, the thing is that it depends on whether or not they already have training too, right? Because they may or may not do the passive training to 1,000,000 SP. Well, I mean, they do. Well, no, because you can't do the normal skill training with them. So, yeah, after the first few months, if they had 5 million skill points, because you can't extract until it's at least at 5.5 million. So, assuming that you're willing to get them to that 5 million SP, then you could proceed to start using MCTs to put SP into those characters and then extract them out to pay for the account.
That's nice and all, but can you open it?
I'm surprised CCP didn't do a Nest Plex promo for Omega. The 3-month Omega for 1050 Plex would have been nice. Yeah, is there no Plex?
Captain, the box is protected by multiple layers of encryption. While it's theoretically possible to hack into such a container, you will need significantly more training in that skill before attempting such a feat.
I'm surprised there isn't much for, like, Christmas. Although, maybe, who knows, maybe there'll be stuff tomorrow.
Don't think it's safe to crack it open here anyway. Where there's smoke, there's fire. One skilled ship might mean they got friends
has
lurking
spoken,
nearby.
yeah.
If we could trace that signal, so could someone else. Better get the box and whatever's in it back to Vesper. She'll know what to do.
Elias is correct, Captain. The box may contain the answers we need to discover why those unidentified ships attacked the cloning facility, and why one was spying on this mining site.
I do what I can. If someone went to the trouble of protecting whatever's in that box, it must be something valuable. I bet whoever sent that scout ship will be real salty that we got our hands on it. Stay sharp, Captain.
Jason asks, is there a reason to use multiple characters on the same account versus having fully different accounts so that you can get all the daily rewards, referral bonuses, etc.? Yes, and it's the fact that your account is already Omega. Therefore, all of the characters on that account are Omega. So like I said, you want your character to be Omega because you need to be Omega to do good level PI. But it only takes a month or so to train all of the PI skills for you to just basically do PI with that character, right? But that account needs to be Omega. So if you put it on a new account, then you have to pay for that account to be Omega. But if that is just your alt on the same account, you now have 2 characters, your main and this character, that can both do PI, doubling your productivity when it comes to PI without costing you more Omega to do so. That's why.
Thank you, Elias. Your guidance has been most helpful.
Even as an alpha, you can train 5 million SP. You might as well train up extra characters. That's true too. Like if you make these, if you make the blank clones and you still don't need them, you can actually do 5 million unallocated SP in all 3 accounts, or all 3 characters.
Let's dock at the station. I'm certain Vesper is more than eager to see what we've found.
Yeah, market is the other good example. That's what I was saying. You know, you can put my character, my market alt is on the same account as Ashtarothi. So I do have to log off Ashtarothi in order to log into my market alt. But at the same time, like that market alt has perfect market skills, which is something that an alpha can't have.
Warp drive active.
There's a lot of secondary professions that, like, in a month or 2 of training, you can just have the skill points to do that thing, and then that alt can just do that thing. Extra industry slots, you know, if you're doing extra production, because skills don't control how much things cost or how much materials things take. So, you know, you can train up characters in just a few skill points for production lines. And then have, you know, one character that is your major industry person, and then have your alts be just production lines. Or market slots, right? You can only have so many market slots per character. So having all 3 of your characters trained up in market gives you 3 times the market slots.
Docking request accepted.
Do I have to also have the accounts on separate launchers? No, the one launcher has them all. In fact, you can do them in launcher
Welcome
groups.
back, Captain.
I have one launcher
Elias
group that
tells me
launches
you've
both of
brought
my
a gift.
Omega accounts at the same time. What is your tax with full market skills? I don't remember. But also, standings has to do with some of that too.
Indeed we have, Miss Calatrix. And this gift comes wrapped in several layers of complex encryption.
A Dramiel, deeply encrypted thing with yellow appearance. Like, I really feel like these raiders are deathless, right?
I'll pass that box along to our expert hackers. If they can't crack it open, no one can. Thank you for finding it. Air is once again in your debt.
Could the gravitonic signature be the use of the shipcat? No, because that requires a beacon. Maybe they sinoed in?
Elias also informs me that you're carrying a fair amount of ore. We can take that off your hands in exchange for some ISK. Mind if I take a look?
Captain, open your ship's car. In order to sell the ore, you must first transfer. Now, select the ore to see what you can do with it. Nearly done. In this instance,
That's a nice haul you've got there. I've transferred the ISK to your wallet. I think you'll find I've been more than generous.
Stop blowing smoke up my ass. 32,000 ISK is not that much. Calm down.
in
Or I
your
guess it's
wallet,
300?
you can view the
300,000.
total balance of ISK in your
No,
possession.
30,000. I got 300,000 earlier.
Your recent market transaction, the highlighted
30
entry shows how much
28,000
money
ISK.
you received from Air in exchange for the ore.
Whee!
The
That's a lot of
wallet
ISK.
offers a wealth of
Apparently
information.
20,000.
It provides a convenient location to view your recent
Do I need to have both
transactions,
accounts under the same
track
email
your
address?
market
I put them under
history,
different
or
email
audit
accounts,
your
but it won't let me
accounts.
load the character. It says I need Omega. You can only have one. So if you have an alpha logged in, it must be your only logged in account. So if you have an Omega and try to launch an alpha, or if you have an alpha and try to launch an alpha or an Omega, it'll stop you and say that you can't. If you have an alpha logged in, it must be your only logged in account.
Whenever an item is sold in New Eden, a tax is applied to that sale. The market entry displays your most recent transaction tax. Once you've finished gazing at your newfound riches, close your wallet and inventory. It's time we turned our attention to a more pressing issue. The mysterious box we discovered.
As good as they are, it'll take some time for my team to hack through the encryptions on the box. You might as well use this time to explore what New Eden has to offer. The Air Career Program will help you on your journey.
Okay. What do I do then? View and select career path. Oh.
The opportunities available to you have been organized into 4 career paths.
I said, if you, Alex, doing that is can get you banned. By the way, sent out the year-end stats mails a couple days ago. Yeah,
Enforcers work for New Eden's factions, fighting off pirates and other threats. Explorers investigate the cluster's hidden corners, hacking systems and uncovering secrets. Soldiers of Fortune band together to fight other capsuleers in the lawless reaches beyond high-security space. Industrialists turn a profit by harvesting the materials and building the machines that make life in space possible.
Choose the path you want to explore first. Your choice. The major factions that rule New Eden have established career agents. Complete missions from them to earn new skills, modules, ISK, and even ships, making them both lucrative and educational. Track the goal of
yeah, it's
completing
against
a
the
mission for
rules.
career
It's
agent
against the
to add
EULA.
it to your info panel.
Any attempt to circumvent that restriction is against the rules. It's not something that they overly like hunt for, but it is against the rules.
Follow this link to the agency window, where you can locate your nearest career agent.
Yes, if somebody's multi-boxing, it should mean that they have multiple Omega accounts. No, it's the user. It's the user that's under the EULA, not the PC. So any attempt to circumvent the one alpha restriction is against the EULA for that user. So if you've got two different computers and you log them both into your two accounts, then that's against the rules. Now, if you're an alpha and your wife's an alpha, then you both can be logged in, obviously, from two different computers. And so, like, it is a murky situation. But technically speaking, like, if you log in from two different computers on two different alphas, you are breaking the rules. And if it becomes a problem, they will act against it. Anywho.
No matter what path you choose, you will find a career agent who can help you walk it. Once you've chosen an agent, set your destination.
I really wish that they pointed out here at this point that it's recommended for you to do all of the career agents instead of just picking the one.
In order to proceed.
The ACP? Oh, the Air Career Program.
And Captain, thank you. Your help has been invaluable. Our investigation is still in the early stages, but I have two theories. The attack may have been motivated
Since
by
they're on
simple
different accounts, I
greed.
don't need MCT
Air
boosters
has
to
no
have them both
shortage of
trained.
competitors.
Correct. That
Some
is the
would
advantage
kill
of
to
having
acquire
multiple
our
accounts, is that they
groundbreaking
can train
technology.
passively
Literally.
without an MCT.
A more worrying possibility is that someone is trying to stop us from pursuing our research. While Air takes pride in disrupting the corporate tech scene, there are those who think we push the limits of innovation too far. The technology suppression laws in New Eden are draconian, if you ask me. Here's hoping this mystery box has the answers we need. Once my team has cracked it open, I'll be in touch.
So there's this dangerous, the game is, or the lore sees a lot of people flirting with danger, in particular when it comes to artificial intelligence. And this is a good indication of this. A lot of these new powerful multinational organizations, Air and Paragon, both are pushing the boundaries of what, and even Upwell and Edencom, pushing the boundaries of what is considered to be legal artificial intelligence. There are very strict laws on artificial intelligence in New Eden for good reason. That reason is the rogue drones. And so, what they're doing is they're setting up this kind of hidden war that may in fact be entitled the War of a Million Lies, that are going on behind the scenes with all these different organizations. And remember, especially when she said literally groundbreaking, all of this is in the shadow of CCP preparing the world for Vanguard coming, right? So as we see the plot moving forward, there are stuff involving the Other, involving war clones, involving these new technological innovations, and the ways that technology is being pushed forward by things like the Triglavian invasions, the discovery of ancient Jovian technology, et cetera, and its impact on these empires and local space-time.
Much appreciated, Miss Calatrix. I await any and all updates with bated breath.
Alpha clones should be lumped into
Metaphorically
as
speaking, of
dangerous
course.
tech.
I don't breathe. Captain, when you're ready, we can undock and begin the next phase of our journey. I do wonder how you'll die next. I suppose that is what ancient philosophers called morbid curiosity.
I guess. Miss Vesper science gone too far, Calatrix? Yeah.
Now that no one is actively trying to kill us, I will teach you how to navigate in space. Stargates are also called jump gates because of the way ships seem to act. We are making our way through high-security space under the control of the Caldari state. That should mean that we are free from any immediate peril. Though please note, my emphasis is on the word should.
That should is doing a lot of work. Do make sure you like the stream. You're just hanging out. You haven't yet. Helps out a lot. Makes me feel good, warm and fuzzy.
The Kaldani state is a stoic nation, governed by powerful mega-corporations. They have been in conflict with the Gallente ever since seceding from the Federation. They are currently at war, but it is mostly restricted to low-security space. As a capsuleer, you will be safe from the conflict. That is, unless you choose to enlist.
We will almost certainly be enlisting at some point in the next couple of days.
The Kaldari state may be small, but it is also at the forefront of industry and innovation. This is despite being an early industrial society when they were discovered by the Gallente. According to archaeologists, humans first arrived through the Eve Gate over 15,000 years ago. When the gate collapsed, so did their civilization. Over the millennia that followed, the Kaldari founded a new civilization based on the principles of duty, loyalty, and honor.
The Graviton nerds did that to get into Noikis. Yeah, the Talikan actually used the power drawn from a star, a Dyson swarm around a star, to warp space-time to stitch together a Noikis.
We've reached our destination. Time to initiate the docking sequence, Captain.
Sorry, 2,547. So 2,547 hours in Eve last year. That's a lot. It's like what, 8 hours a day? Best thing about Eve is that it proves things like how prices in Solitude are different than outside. True. Yes, the new player experience has gotten a major upgrade. And I do like the fact that they take this time, the travel time between these two places, and they fill it up with this background information.
Don't be shy. Begin a conversation with an agent. I'm sure they will love you. And if they don't, they will simply have to tolerate you.
Thanks, Aura.
Your choice of career agent will not limit you in any way. You can choose to work with multiple agents, but let's focus on just one for now. To begin the next phase of what I'm sure will be an illustrious career, accept a mission. Using skill plans to guide your progression will make your life easier and prove rewarding. As you explore different career opportunities, you will find skill plans tailored to match your evolving goals.
I just started out with Explorer first, but we'll talk about that in a second.
It is wise to have the skills required for those ships in your training queue.
So, the different career agents, I do recommend you do them all.
We're almost ready to embark on our new adventure.
Okay,
now
fine.
Is the perfect time to close any windows you no longer need on your display. Missions you have accepted or been offered are added to your
They just did
interface.
the career agents.
Open it to take a look.
All right, so here's the details. Wait, why isn't this done? Talk to Explorer Career Agent and complete the mission. Oh, I have to complete the mission. So undock. I've always loved Solitude. I've built the Gravity Well, For Desire, and Boyston with the Eve Uni. Nice. Solitude is a great place. Unless you're trying to get home from Nullsec. Like, all roads lead to Solitude, as far as I'm concerned. All yeets lead to Solitude. So you can just right-click and look at to look up all of the anomalies in the system. And see anomaly training sites. Yeah, so this is because there is not an encounter site. It only does dock. But what I do need to do is just go to an anomaly. Anomalies can be seen from any ship, unlike signatures that had to be scanned down. I'm just going to warp to the first anomaly site and grab the thing. They did, yes, it was mostly a cosmetic change. There was some tweaks, but they're relatively mild. So this is actually, oh no, the expert system is day 4. I thought it was day 2. Ah! Oh well. There goes my grand plan to make a fortune. Although it is true that, like, the problem with having a higher quality tutorial is that, like, the rest of the game, like, right now, why am I not getting more stuff, right? Like, I want to hear more about what's going on, or I should keep talking to me. When I ran through them last year, the best change I saw was career agents were no longer tell you that you'll get concorded for webbing an NPC. Probably good to know that. So yeah, to look at some of the, to go back over the settings here. Under display and graphics, I prefer to, I guess you can do whatever you want, but the main one is, no, this is just graphics. So this is just based on whatever you feel like your computer can do. Although I will say that, like, shader quality is probably the last one you want to turn down, because shader quality low does weird things to the actual, like, boxes themselves, like the UI a lot of the time. I like to keep shader quality high, but often I will turn post-processing down a little bit, because there's a lot of, like, effects in space that are so extreme that it makes it difficult to kind of see other things. So that tones it down a little bit. Hey, Comey, Merry Christmas. I've abandoned the expert system because I didn't think it was worth using a frigate when you can do things in a barge. I think that the Endurance is the superior ship to do it in, but I'm done arguing with it. But now what I'm going to do is, what good do you think it would be to build an industrial alliance in a nullsec pocket? I went with all type of mining crystals, but they're not really selling. Well, you don't need all of the mining crystals. I actually have a mining cheat sheet and a video that explains the mining cheat sheet. And you'll notice that only only a couple of the crystals are used in nullsec, like, very frequently. So you don't actually need to stock all of the crystals. Yeah. Ships, drones, the basic modules, because it doesn't matter whether or not you're in a Hulk or a Retriever, a lot of the same modules end up being useful. Yeah, Aura used to laugh at you the first time you die and call you a clumsy pilot. All right, so I'm actually going to switch to producer first. And the reason why is because the producer has production times in the career path. So I'm going to actually start there. So that way during the breaks, I can do the other, or when I'm having to wait, I can do the other tasks. So in this case, I need to get 1,000 Veldspar. I have a minor 1. I can open up my fitting, swap out the civilian for the minor 1. I think can I still keep the civilian too? I don't know. No. Well, I probably could, but I don't want to try to make it work. Ships, low modules, and drones. Yeah. Also, so one of the things to think about is if there's anything else that they're going to need, right? Like if you're building ships, you're going to need R4 reactables or at least reinforced carbon fibers and that kind of stuff. You're going to need to import raw tritanium in the form of compressed dense feldspar. You're going to need those kinds of things. And those secondary materials, right? Like trit is really rare in nullsec. So if you import in dense feldspar and reprocess it into tritanium, then you could sell that tritanium to everybody because everybody needs tritanium, for example. Or to put it a different way, like just start doing industry alongside them and realize that collective problems demand collective solutions. And if there's anything that people can't do with the resources that are there ahead of them, like build those solutions and then sell it to them. Part of the supply versus supply and demand thing is to market research to figure out what the demand is. Also, a big one, watch your alliance kill board. See what they're losing. Because those are the things that they're getting again. Additionally, you can do a buyback program. Like the way we do it is we give a buyback that is good value if you don't have resources at your disposal. But then, you know, so we sell it to you as if it was reprocessed at a rate that you could do it, like 65% or whatever. But then we go ahead and reprocess it in our facilities to get like 85%. So that extra minerals that we get in that percent is basically free. They get the convenience of just selling it directly to the corp. You get the value of the, you know, the skills, the implant, and any facilities that you have for reprocessing. And you can even set this up with a corp goal, right? You could put up corp goals where you can attach, you can go into opportunities now and make opportunities for your alliance that pay out automatically. So as they turn in ore, it just pays them out and they get instant gratification, which, if you think about it, that is the thing that they are missing in nullsec. So if you can provide them an instant gratification, you have provided them value. If you mine it yourself, it's free. That's only if you undervalue your own work. That being said, you know, people say, oh, minerals you mine yourself are free. Yeah, but getting minerals, using the minerals that you have has value in and of itself, because mining the minerals isn't free, but also hauling it to market isn't free. Putting up the market orders isn't free. Managing those market orders isn't free. Buying the stuff that you actually want to get from it isn't free. Getting that to where you need it to be isn't free. So, you know, there is something to be said about maximizing the value of what you have and not undervaluing other parts of the process in your attempt to value your mining process. I don't think this is going to be a 24-hour stream, but I am going to be streaming as much as I can over the next 5 days, or, you know, or however long I get to. Yeah, the core projects for turning in materials is really awesome. Smuggling Gila BPCs out of Venal was definitely a value add. Yeah, the high-sec filaments are always really popular. Claim my reward. Oh, my inventory is full. All right, let's go. Said a BPC was obtained by shooting an Opus luxury yacht. Uh-huh. 07, New Eden Battle Theater. Happy holidays to you. Melakaliki Maka and Haole Makahikiho. That's Hawaiian for Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. So many ibises. Start conversation. Complete mission. Yay, he's giving me a venture.
Missions you have accepted or been offered are added to your opportunities interface.
Maybe? Oh, that's a reward.
Open it to take a look.
So I can open up opportunities to see what it... Oh, nope. That's career. Open up opportunities, which is Alt-J. And I can see the details about it. Even though this isn't great. There you go. Yeah. All right. Well, you know. It's a new system. Either way, these... Yeah. And I can track it. Is that what you wanted me to do? It was.
Missions you have accepted or been offered are added to your opportunities interface. Here you can view the mission briefing, objectives, and rewards. When you are ready...
Huh? Oh, reprocessing. So now, welcome to the reprocessing plant. She stopped talking. The quantity of minerals produced depends on your yield, blah, 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 blah. I reprocess. And I complete the mission. I get a venture. And I need to build a civilian afterburner. Here we go. So blueprints. So the way industry works is you basically have a blueprint to do stuff and the material to do it. You rub it together in a facility that lets you build something and it works. So in this case, I just need 64 trit and it spits out a civilian afterburner. I need to do, how many of them do I need to do? I need to do one. I could do multiple. Nope, this only has one run, so that's all I can do. It's going to take me 4 minutes and 42 seconds and cost me 13 ISK to do so. The job duration and the ISK can be changed by skills, as well as the amount of jobs I can do. And you can hover over things to see where the skills are relevant, okay? Never understood how they derive system cost fees. The more jobs that are going on in a system, the higher those indices are. What? What do you want from me, Aura? What are we doing? Are we industrialist? Career agents? Yeah. What's up? What you got? All right. Talk to the Explorer Career Agent. Okay, let's keep going with the Explorer Career Agent while this is running. More jobs in the system, the more expensive the jobs get. Yeah. It used to be that, okay, so it used to be that stations had a hard number of lines that were available to it. And so if all of the lines were in use, you had to basically wait your turn in order to get an industry line. They replaced that with the more lines that are in use, the more expensive it costs to put in a job. So instead of a hard limit, it's now a soft limit that escalates. What am I supposed to do? Follow. I'm just going to undock. An introduction to cosmic signatures. Got it. I'm undocking in my empty venture because, hold on. So rather than taking everything individually off my Ibis, I'm just going to right click and repackage it because I don't have rigs on it. And it's just going to drop everything from it into the item hanger. So then I can fit this and fit this to my active ship. I can also fit this, and we go. Oh, oh, hold on. Oh, that's hilarious. Hold on. I get what you're saying. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is actually pretty good. I like it. I'm gonna dock back up because I've got the civilian afterburner on here, and I want to keep that one. So I'm just gonna hit board my Corvette. And is that gonna refit the Corvette? Does it refit the Corvette? No, that's opportunities. It does refit the Corvette. Sweet. So then I just pull the civilian afterburner off of here and then go. Oh, I have to right click, repackage it. And then I talk to this guy and I say, here you go. Boom. Done. Excellent. Well done. All right. My area infested with rogue drones. Let's see if you can survive the trip. But how? Hold on. What are you wanting me to do? Yeah, I have to destroy the rogue drones, but they want me to destroy rogue drones before giving me a weapon system. Oops. We're just going to repackage it again. Okay. Yeah. We're going to take off the civilian mining laser for a real mining laser and then go, hey, New Eden Battle Theater 07, thank you for that. Destroy them with your mind. That was optimized. Wait, what? Systems get created without thinking about how they impact other systems? I think that CCP actually leaves those things in there because, like, games are about creating, evoking experiences for the player, right? And so leaving something in there for you to discover and feel clever about, like, it doesn't hurt CCP if you circumvent the task by being clever about it. You just get to feel clever. That's perfectly fine. Like, a lot of games will leave those sorts of things in there intentionally. Well, no, I mean, like, literally, it's designed to give you the experience of being clever, right? They give you a solution, or they tell you to do something, but there's an obvious solution that makes it easier or better. And then you do that, and you've broken free from the instructions, and you feel clever about it. I'm not saying they did that, but I'm saying, like, that seems like the kind of thing that they would, at the very least, not, like, if it ends up happening, they'd be like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. We'll just leave that happening. Do I have to? Oh, I have to just kill them. I don't even have to mine. Why is my... Wait. Oh. I don't remember why that was that way. If you kill the NPC, then die to a Gallente fleet. Wait, what? Find the loophole is a very valid strategy in EVE. It's true. Yeah, the mission where you can get... That's actually a good example, is that, like, the missions where you have to kill yourself or get killed, like, you can do insurance fraud on those. They're not going to stop you. That's interesting. I think that this task used to, you mined and then rats spawned and you had to kill them. This has made it so you start with the rats and you have to kill them in order to be able to mine. Does Miss Calatrix's dialogue change if you do that? No. That is actually would be the opposite, or that would be the ultimate rather, where like the game acknowledges that you do something clever. That's true, Jeff. You've completed the air career goal. Wait, hold on, what? Oh, I've completed the goal, mine 2,000 units of ore. I just got 5,000 ISK and 500 Evermarks, which is literally 20 times better than the generous ISK that Calatrix gave me. Pirates yell insults at you, powered by ChatGPT. Yeah. Hey, Orhan, welcome, welcome. Evermarks buy cosmetic badges for your ship. Yep, for now. Oh, what do Evermarks do? Yeah, for an individual, it allows you to get your Alliance and Corp logos for various ships. There will be more cosmetics coming in the future that Evermarks will be related to, but right now that's the one thing. And then then at the same time, for every one Evermark you generate for yourself, you also generate an Evermark for your corporation if you're in one, and they can use that to skin their structures to make them look how they want. Daily from that kill reward. Oh yeah, scan 5 signatures. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. So this was a daily task. That's how I got it. So I can do armor repair to other capsuleers, destroy 25 non-capsuleers, and scan 5 signatures. We'll do the scanning 5 signatures today for sure. Hey, Synesis is pretty good. Hey man, we got 2.5 million so far. Or we got 2 million so far, which is pretty good. Back in the day, getting your first million was like a major milestone. So Veldspar, especially if you're starting out and you've got no other choice, Veldspar is actually a really good choice to mine. Particularly dense Veldspar is a really good choice to mine. However, you'll want to find a facility that you can take it to so you can compress it. Or get a friend with an orca or porpoise or something that'll help you be able to compress it. Because compressed dense Veldspar sells very, very well on the market for people that are trying to export Tritanium to nullsec and lowsec. Likewise, if you do manage to get your hands on Kernite, not Luminous Kernite, not Fiery Kernite, but just Kernite, which is mostly found in high-sec, but there are certain circumstances where you can find them in low-sec, or in high-sec. Sorry, mostly found in low-sec, but there are some circumstances like missions where you can find Kernite in high-sec. Kernite is valuable for one of the missions, and a lot of people will just buy Kernite and turn it in, both for newbies. We're about to get to that mission, actually. And it rewards so much ISK that people are more than happy to just buy the Kernite off of you locally at extra price, like more than twice of what it's worth, because they still get significantly more in just immediate payback after buying it. So they'll just make that choice because they get paid. But likewise, there are some missions still that allow you to get Kernite in it. I do appreciate the fact that it no longer tells you to mine Tritanium. Instead, it tells you to mine Veldspar and then reprocess it into Tritanium. That's good. I appreciate that. Now we complete the mission. Yeah. Storyline mission agents need Veldspar. That's true. Okay, so... Oh, I need to take something somewhere. We do get to upgrade our civilian afterburner with a full-scale Meta Zero 1MN afterburner. Sweet, sweet. And I'm going to take this off for a minor 2. Or, sorry, a second minor 1, I should say. And let's go. Like, one of the reasons why I like the radial menu is... What? Oh, wait, what? Hold on. Oh no, I've been bound! Thank you, CoverGirl. I'm going to also pull out my local chat, because keeping an eye on locals is pretty important. And I'm going to put it over here. This is one of the things I like to do. I put my local all the way over here on the right, and then cover it up with my overview a little bit. And I change. I'm going to right-click. I'm going to go to General tab, right-click, change order. I'm going to add tag and move it up to the top, right before icon. And then type, and yeah, that should be about good. Oh man. All right. So, and then I'm also going to go to my escape menu, user interface, transparency, turn to off, and light mode transparency. Turn it to not off, but like really low, right? So that way your overview and stuff doesn't get blown out. Correct, you can't make BPOs. I do talk a little bit about faction BPCs and stuff. I was thinking about doing one about invention. BPOs come from NPC NPC sell orders, like the original all BPOs come from NPC sell orders and then are researched by players, and then they can be sold on the market, or sorry, sold on contracts. Once a BPO has been researched or used once, then it is no longer able to be sold on the market. That's a T2 BPO and a different topic for a different day, Jeff. There are some T2 BPOs, but there are no BPO. No T2 BPOs have been made in over 10, 15 years now. And even at the time of the T20 incident, like T2 BPOs were something added to, like, given out in the game. So T2 BPOs did exist. It was just those two or so particular BPOs were created by a GM rather than by the normal system. Back in my day, there was no warp to zero. Think of how much things have gotten better. Yeah, from my understanding, it was only 2 or 3 BPOs that were given to Bob. The vast majority of the T2 BPOs just went through the lottery. It was just, he happened to generate 2 or 3 of them at the same time. And that's how they managed to cover it up, more or less. I also, displaying graphics. Where's my anti-aliasing? Is it going on? Huh. Oh yeah, it's disabled, okay. I like to have at least like a low or medium anti-aliasing. Some people don't like it because it's a little bit blurry or whatever, but like the harsh lines really bother me. The bug where a bunch of dreadnoughts sieged and they timed the server out? I never heard about that one. I am trying to get 2 more. Ah! Okay. Only 51 likes for 91 viewers. What am I doing wrong, guys? Merry Festivus, Throckmorton. How's it going? Be on the lookout for good PI yielding planets. Well, I mean, high sec PI is always kind of meh. All right. I gotta go all the way back now? Let me make sure I'm not leaving something behind or something. No. Probably don't have Christmas in New Eden. They forgot about it a long time ago. They have Yule. So basically, I think it was like 3 years after the convention, where they basically brought peace to New Eden. One of the very first things they did was leaders from all of the empires got together on a Jovian cruiser named the Yule. And on the Yule, they decided on like galactic standards, in particular when it comes to time, right? There's a big debate about how they were going to track time, whether or not they're going to go with a 24-hour day or 26. What was it? There's another group, the 26ers or something like that. That was either way, there was some controversy about it, but like the decision on how to do the time in New Eden was decided around this time on the on the cruiser of Yule, which is why we celebrate Yule, which is spelled differently in New Eden, at this time of year, and it's the New Year's. Now, CCP does, like, they're Icelandic, and so they love their Icelandic traditions, especially their Christmas Icelandic traditions. So the Yule lads are a big part of it, including the that's the different displays that you get. Like, as you're doing event stuff, you might get these different displays, airlock slammer, all these kinds of things, and these are based off of the Yule lads, which is an Icelandic tradition. You've got door slammer, there's like sausage swiper, so tool swiper from sausage swiper, etc., etc. So, and these are like, there's a witch or whatever that sends out her naughty boys to go cause havoc for the 12 days leading up to Christmas. But then if you're a good boy, they leave presents. Do you think that the goal of the expansion is to disconnect the 4 nation states from each other by severing 0.5 systems? Yeah, I agree with Malik. They're clearly, like, you can tell that insurgencies are designed to be exciting and, like, really, like, this idea of permanent changing be big, but the actual impact of that to the greater whole is very restricted. It's still there, which is really cool, but it's not like it is technically there, if that makes sense, you know? Yes, you can disrupt HiSec. However, it'll take a lot of luck. It has to be in the correct place. You have to operate it correctly, and then it lasts for like 2 or 3 days at most. But you can do it, and that is kind of cool. They did a scope article where Amar and Gallente were talking friendly, teasing a possible reconstruction of alliances. No, they already did that. There's been a complete restructuring of the political situation because the Minmatar proved to the Caldari that the Amar were spying on them, which led to a peace deal between the Amar and the Minmatar and the Caldari, and the Amar and the Gallente immediately followed up with their own truce, just to not be held, out of position, thanks to the Minmatar and Caldari realignment. And the practical effect of this is that in faction warfare, you no longer have allies. So it's now Amar versus Minmatar, and Minmatar versus Caldari versus Gallente. There's no Amar is allied with the Caldari or any of that stuff. That's all gone. If Heck wasn't part of the SOE arc, CCP may have left it alone. I still think that they could have done it. They could have done it. It could have been okay. Yeah, Pochvin was a very permanent version, obviously. But at the same time, in Pochvin, we didn't know what we were doing, right? We didn't know what the eventual result of taking systems were. We didn't realize that systems were going to go low-sec and then null-sec until they did. And we certainly didn't know that Pochvin was going to be formed until all 27 systems were created and the gates started destabilizing. Yes, Pochvin severed the 8-jump trip between Amar and Jita. technically speaking, we severed it before that, because as soon as Niarja was invaded and became nullsec, it was no longer... I mean, Niarja was no longer the guidance between... Or, you know, the choke point between Amar and Caldari. Well, I mean, I guess you technically still could do it, but it was a nullsec system. And then, of course, when Pachon was formed, the entire option was taken off the board. But now there's the low-sec connection of... starts with A. The most dangerous system in the game. Abyssus. Yeah. Abyssus is like a nastier version of Niarja. Niarja is very similar to Tama. Or not Tama, Udama. If he considers the SOE ARC newbie content, people baiting new players running the ARC is potentially bannable, just like rookie career agent systems. Yeah. But at the same time, they haven't actually stopped things like... we've had invasions hit rookie systems before. Abyssus and Valkamia became high sec. Oh my god. Alright, so now they need me to make cap boosters. And I don't have the Pyrite or the Mexilon, right? So... I think what I can do... I can't do this, can I? I've got 2 expanded cargo holds. Not repackage, reprocess. Oh yeah, I can only do that. Yeah, that's not going to give me what I want. Okay, so I need Pyrite and Mexilon. Mexilon is from Pyroxers. Pyrite is 2. Let's go. Basically, if you would park your assets in high sec, you should park them in an SOE system. I mean, that's not a bad idea. An introduction to cosmic signatures. Let's go ahead and warp there. It wants me to mine viscous pyroxers. Scordite or plagioclase? Easily, he says. FFE4, trust me, I know many of them because most of them have messaged me about it and I've tried to help them out. But yes, that was a pretty dramatic change for sure. Which sounds like a bug. Or an oversight. One of the level 4 Mimitar Epic Arc sites responding in how to go and slaughtering new players. Well, yeah. I remember that, like, there has been plenty of times where bad things happen in newbie systems. And, like, it was just kind of expected that we would go in and defend the newbies. Got it. Yeah. So I got to get the exploration supplies. Take all that stuff. Then activate the acceleration gate. What is the best place for PI nowadays? Nullsec and wormhole space. I don't have. I just need to read stuff here, right?
You can access the Air Career program via your Neocom.
Oh, jeez. Okay. I clicked on things.
Close the ACP in order to proceed. I must say, Captain, you've handled yourself remarkably well. If you find yourself confused as you explore the stars, there is a help section available in the agency.
Oh, I'm so glad that they now show the
Here,
help section in the
you can learn
agency.
more about being a New Eden capsuleer.
These are great
For
videos.
now, you can close the agency. Though there are thousands of copies of Aura in New Eden, I am glad to be your Aura. Have I said too much? My sentimentality protocols may need adjusting. Now it's time for you to venture out into the stars. Go forth and show New Eden what you are truly made of.
One of the funniest thing I ever saw was a guy in Orca healing a newbie, and then that newbie shooting the Orca, causing Concord to kill them both. Yeah, safety's green, man. You know, people like to say, "Oh, I'm a good enough pilot. I don't need safety's green or safety's yellow. I could just be safety's red, and I'm a good enough pilot." You know what? A good pilot uses their equipment, which means if you're not intending on accidentally messing up something, don't have have the correct safety setting for the time. That's what I say. These guys think that they're badasses until they accidentally conquered themselves by shooting something that they didn't realize was like just a stray bullet. Yes, I understand that was before safety, obviously, these things. But nowadays, though, I know plenty of people that say that. Venture out in your venture. Yes. You can't, because the alpha can't set his safety off, and therefore an alpha cannot be concorded. So if the rep would fail, like the rep would just shut off as soon as the ganker goes criminal, or the next cycle. Same with things like combat boosts. If the alpha is like doing sensor boosting, for instance, it'll help you lock onto the target quickly, but then as soon as you shoot, you go criminal, which makes it so that the boost disappears off of you unless the other pilot is also, a valid combatant. Yellow is fine. Yeah, yellow is a good idea. Although, like I said, there's very rarely where I need to steal something where I don't like have the time to quickly change my safety setting. All right, data scanning. Let's go ahead and do the mining first. I mean, I lost a Drek once just because like I had come from I got potted while in low sec, so I didn't think about it. Normally I focus on swapping my safety as I travel in and out of high sec. So since I traveled there by being potted, I didn't really think about it, and so I bet you there's no ore. I didn't really think about it and shot my friend's wreck accidentally because I was trying to salvage at the same time and got my Drekavec concorded. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. Well, let's see. If I open up the agency and I go to resource harvesting or anomalies, is asteroid belt remnants going to give me what? No, that's only going to have Veldspar. Resource harvesting asteroid belts. Yes, if you shoot a wreck that is owned by another player, you will get concorded. I bet you this is also going to be mine, but we're just going to try it out. I think we did this before. I think we did this last time. It's way too late in the day to expect there to be rocks still for me to mine in this area. So we may just have to buy them. Ezekiel board is a good way to figure out what people out. Yes. Also, Uidama Scout. There's a Twitch stream now that like often keeps eyes in most of the major ganking systems. The other thing is that, like, a lot of the ne'er-do-wells live in Caldari space because that's where a lot of people live. So I often recommend people simply leave Caldari space. Yeah, exactly. Like, the problem is that you'd be able to shoot somebody's wreck and steal, like, destroy somebody's, like, mission item. Yes, Jita. The closer you are to Jita, the more likely there are bad people, you know, bad faith actors. Hey, I found ore! Holy shit. Let's go for Scordite, right? Pyroxers. As Mexilon and Pyrite. Scordite. Has Tritanium and Pyrite. So yeah, I definitely need I need Pyroxers. I don't know why they said Scordite. Solid Pyroxers. Is there a massive condensed? It looks like all of the best Scordite might be gone. So let's go for the second best. Or, I mean, the best Pyroxers. Boom, double lasers. Let's go. The other thing is, so here's a fun fact. Did you you probably know this, but the mining laser is, I believe, the only module that you can shut off mid-operation, and it'll give you that amount of ore. So like right now, if I shut them off, I would get a third of a cycle worth of ore, which is useful because if you know how much ore is in the rocks, you can shut it off early, take the rocks, and then it destroys the asteroid. Who? I don't know who you're talking about, Jeff. Did he claim it? Wait, hold on, what? Oh, did he claim a kill right on me? No. Let's see, I need, it's per 100 units, so I have 6 times reprocessing, so what is that? 180 units. What do I need? That will definitely be enough. So we're going to wait out this last cycle and then we'll just take off. I don't know about these warp animations, though. Some are goofy. I don't know what you're talking about. If you're talking about, like, how you rip through planets, that's because you're in shallow subspace during warp and therefore not physically interacting with the Higgs field. I.e., you can warp through things. What was that sound? I guess my standings? No. Oh, I guess I set destination, so it's helping me out. Why such a late stream? So my son's spending Christmas. Oh, I should have canceled my cycle. So because I didn't cancel my cycle, that cycle was burned. If I had just stopped my cycle ahead of time, before I doing it, oh, hold on. This alarm. Claim the reward. There we go. All right, so if I canceled my cycle, I would have gotten my rocks, but since I warped away, it counts as going out of range, so I lose it. Why am I doing this? Oh, because, like I said, my son's spending Christmas with his mom, so I got extra time, and we figured that, you know, it's almost the new year. I wanted to answer the question of whether or not you should play EVE in 2024 and go through some advice and new player experiences. What do you think about a cruiser-sized mining ship that would match a battleship miner with no expanded cargo hold? Basically, it would mine faster than Adventure, but not have as much cargo space. I think that you are describing the Vexor. Or the Praxis. Eve had metal once. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Titanium's used in an alloy that functions as metal. And Booza could not be submitted. Wait, what? Why? What?
Skill training completed.
Current skills do not support the number of jobs. What? Oh! Ha 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 ha! Whoops. All right, let's grab that Heron and do some exploration in the meantime. Oh, there is definitely some pretty hard music. Now, a lot of it is like in the combat sites, like inside of plexes, like combat plexes for faction warfare. It goes hard. All right, now I need to find a data site. And we open up our probe scanner. And we shrink it down, and we pop this out using the square within a square. And we move it over here, kind of blow it up, and then do a quick little scan. The heron looks like an H. Relic training data site. So we recenter it. I double click to snap it the other direction. Move it up using the arrow. 2 bumps in. Scan. The Praxis is actually a really good mining ship because it's also got the big cargo bay. and doesn't take any skills, and can defend itself with drones. And actually, while we're here, I'm just going to scan a lot of the rest of the sites. Since this echo was further away from where I was scanning, I'm going to assume that it's here. Oh, I need an afterburner. Perfect. Now, another one. I went through all the other battleships though. The RoAch was best. Are you sure? Better? Oh yeah, yeah. You should test the Praxis. Is there anything else? Yeah, completed my goal. Scan 5 signatures. There we go. Claim. And I can claim my daily reward for 10,000 LP or SP. Sweet. Cool. Back in my day, it was mining lasers on a Geddon. I think you misspelled Dominic's, but I'm with you. Now, we're going to do something that no player has ever done. We're going to not forget the gas key this time, okay? They said it can't be done. New pilots won't know what mining frigates are? What? The Heron is such a good, like, classic exploration ship, though. Oh, I still didn't get an afterburner. And this is... Oh. Is that a tornado? Yeah, it's one of the tornadoes. Spooky. There used to be mining bonuses on some cruisers, I believe. They got rid of that. Yeah, the Tech 1 Logi frigates used to be mining frigates, most of them. And the Vexor still has mining bonuses on its drones. Vexor. 10% bonus to drone hit points, damage, and mining yield, for a total of 50% bonus to drone mining yield on the Vexor. Yes, the barges existed a while before the Venture did. I think the Venture came out as part of Retribution, which was a major overhaul. That was the ship tier aside. Hey, gas site. Let's not forget the key. We're not forgetting the key. We have the key. They said it couldn't be done. Doesn't the arbitrator has a drone mining bonus? I think you are correct. Maybe. I feel like every time I say that. Yep, drone. The arbitrator does too. I once said it was only the Vexor, and somebody corrected me with that. Any recommendation? Okay, coming back to Eve after a few years. Main gig is wormhole exploration with covert ops frigates. Looking to upgrade into a ship that can also do sleeper caches and some C1, C3 combat sites occasionally. You know, I would take the plunge and go with a T3 cruiser if you can. They got rid of the loss of skill points for T3 cruisers, and Stratioses, because they're pirate ships now, are very expensive. So basically a T3 cruiser is not going to cost that much more than a Stratios, pound for pound. And I say this as someone who loves the Stratios, for the record. I want the Stratios to be way better than it is. Either way. We've already scanned down the gas site, so let's go ahead and go there. But especially with the removal of the skill point loss for T3 cruisers, it's just like, they're just so good. Yep. And there's 91 people in here that will disagree with me if I say something dumb, so... Greetings from the Legion of Death Amid Watchmaker, okay? 07. Yeah, the battleship buffs were pretty good. I made it in. I used the key. We didn't forget it. Amazing. Astonishing. We are true pros. First person to ever complete the tutorial without forgetting the gas key at least once. Any of you guys saying that you did it without... I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Is there any gas to huff? No, not in the site. Not in the... These are just like experiment. These are just like show-off sites. There's the concept of flying bad ships. CCP Rise, when he flew under the name of Kill 2, used to fly like Feroxes because they were bad. Got him good fights. Yes, I will say this: the Stratios is actually incredibly good as a exploration ship that you can then do PvP with, right? Like I run around with my Newt Stratios and do exploration with it all the time, knowing farewell that I'm also like a heavy tackle for a supporting fleet potentially. Especially in these like winter events when we've got multiple people all operating on doing different things and they need a scanner. Really good for that. And the Stratios does have like the Stratios is a very solid ship. I'm not saying anything bad about the Stratios, but in a world in which you can step into the T3 cruiser, it's hard to justify that for long-term commitment. Checking in on my industry. Now I gotta take those cap boosters somewhere. Wait, let's do that at the very least. I feel like Astero and Stratios are like when you showed up at school with white sneakers, everybody wanted to step on them. A white ship, everyone wants to shoot you. The Astero is really good. I think that the Astero is actually better than the Stratios just because of the fact that, like, it's really agile and the Stratios is overshadowed by T3 cruisers. Like, the Astero and the Pacifier are the best exploration frigates. T3 is defined by flexibility. T2 is specialization. Yeah, I do have a video where I run around with an Astero with no covert ops cloak just to show you can, but it's not a great idea for sure. There is something to be said about like having a Stratios or an Astero to do high sec exploration in. Right now, I'm doing the new player experience. This is a brand new pilot, so I'm in high sec right now. Well, I mean, you know, the thing is that like when you're going to get caught, that cloak isn't going to help you much. So all those damn cloaky Lokis. Yes. Remember, in a wormhole, there's always 20 cloaky Lokis 10 kilometers from you and moving to your location, ready to decloak and kill you at all times. Oh, my Peld isn't even hooked up correctly yet. Hold on. Let me... Where is my... There it is. Character. Ash. Hopefully that'll work. Ah, found the cloaky Loki. Aren't you supposed to not talk? I was pretty sure you're not supposed to talk. Yeah, you're breaking the cloaky Loki code of conduct, or code of ethics, or I guess it's just the Loki code. Remember when they blacked out local and null for a while? Yes, I do. Yeah, the Astero's got some bite to it. That's the real thing. T2 covered ops is definitely significantly cheaper. And if you have maximum skills, then the T2 is better. If you don't have at least covert ops 4, then the Astero is better. What am I supposed to do? Civilian shuttle. More trit! This is what we do, ready? We take this Bantam and we reprocess it. Thank you. And then we build the shuttle. I explore in a covert ops Tengu. Better exploration stats with 1,000 DPS. Yeah, Tengu is very, very good for exploration still. I have to pay respects to the recycled Bantam. Whatever. It's a ship. It doesn't know joy. Did I start the process at least? Yeah. 4 minutes. Transport these goods. Data sheets. But you don't have scrap metal to reprocessing 5. No! Inefficiency! Isn't the Bantam a required ship for turn-in on one of the quests? I'm sure I'll regret my decisions later. It's fine. Is that what it is? Am I supposed to build a Bantam for the other one? I bet you're right. I'll buy another one. I'll take the loss. It's fine. Actually, I think you're 100% correct. Which is actually really funny. Because I've complained about the fact that you need to build a exploration ship because you have to get Isogen to do it. Or not exploration, but a Logi ship. But then somebody pointed out to me that they give you one, which is what I just reprocessed, so... Extra suboptimal. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. This is good, though, because a new player needs to work on things like warping between systems. Like, legitimately, like, I know a lot of newer players that have, like, how do I warp to something is a very real thing. Getting used to it, muscle memory, and, like, building out the idea of, like, how to move between systems and all that stuff is really an important thing to drill in early on. Even though for an experienced pilot, it's one of those things that we don't even think about very much. Back in my day, we had to store our BPOs out in space and hopefully remember our force field password. Yeah. Again, a good example of, like, you're right, it was different then, but was it better? You also could research BPOs infinitely there with diminishing returns too. So you couldn't finish researching a BPO back then, so it wasn't great. It was not better, yeah. Exactly. You lived in what I like to call the bad old days. I need to get a black box. If so long ago, History of Eve doesn't have a record of us holding Fountain until Horde kicked us out. Horde is not that ancient history, though. Wait, do I have to kill the... Wait, do I have to kill the rats? Do I have to kill the rats? I don't have a way to kill the rats. Do I have to kill the rats for this one? Yeah, Q to move is really good. I don't have any drones. They haven't given me any drones yet. I'm gonna go get a gun. Yeah, actually, no, it says to fit any weapon to my ship. in the tasks, so. Someone get that pilot polarized weapons? Yes. Polarized blaster Heron. Did I get the drone box reward? What? What's a drone? Wait, oh, is that a thing? Hold on. No. Yeah, I thought I could only hit one. Hold on. Oh, this is the one where you have to mine some ore and destroy the pirates that show up. All right, well, we're going to go drop this stuff off, or go get this other mission done first. Get drones in a box if you mine enough. Got a drone in a box. Eve looks so easy. It is. It's super cake. Felipe. Great minds think alike and fools never differ. Find out which one we are. Uh-oh. My Explorer expert system got turned on. Shit. Fine. I feel like I was supposed to get other things. Didn't I? Wait. Did I get nothing out of those boxes? Besides the expert system? What just happened? I guess I got the repper and the damage control? No, the damage control I got from elsewhere. I got the repper. Thanks, and the rangefinder. Whatever. Wait, hold on. Shit. Yeah. Let's go do this one. Isn't baking a cake tough? I mean, baking depends on what kind of cake you're baking. Even though you broke my heart and killed me, tore me to pieces. God, I love that game. Oh, Danny, I'm hungry, man. I don't have any food here. That was my one mistake. Didn't really prep for that. Glad yours was delicious, though, Danny. $67 likes for a stream with over 80 viewers. I think we can do better. We can do better. I have faith in you guys. You can find the like button. You can click it. It gives a neat little sparkle. Doesn't have a kid to feed, forgets to feed themselves. Yes, that tracks. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I ordered Wendy's and they didn't give us the burgers. Cup of noodles? Yeah, well. Ah, I do have I have a cup of noodles I can make. Thank you, Mark. And Masta. And Third Pyramid. And Third Pyramid. Number 69. Heck yeah. Nice. Happy Winter Nexus. Happy Yule. I didn't get myself a Christmas ham? No, I did not. Should I? Is tomorrow. Man, you guys are trying to get me to go, like I should run to the store and grab something real quick, but like it's Christmas Eve and it's only gonna, like, everything's closed on Christmas. How are the guinea pigs and cat? They're doing great. Thank you for asking. I actually got a buy two get one free on their hay, so they are well stocked in hay at the moment. The cat is laying on the bed right now, being as fat as ever. Well, those of you who may not know, I got my cat and she was like dangerously underweight and abandoned by her previous owner. So now she is fat and happy and barely moves out of my room. I do like them big hams, like honey baked hams and stuff. Hey, thanks, Third Pyramid. The Garussus rookie. We're going to shoot him. We're going to salvage the transport ship. My fall off is 7K. So yeah, just starting to hit him now. Oh, this is a fax, isn't it? That's a fax over there. I don't, is this a separate? Yeah, that's a, okay, so this is a, what's the, it's a, Rhea? Not a Rhea. What's the T1? Charon. Merry Christmas to Player Salt, playing Path of Exile. Another very good and popular game. Heron versus Bantam is one of those fights where the players slap each other. EYW, thank you for the sub. All right, and away we go. I'm on an old alt that will be alpha for now. Going to work up from a Desi over in a Marspace. Sounds good. Did anybody get themselves anything good or get anything good for Christmas yet? Or is everybody waiting until Christmas to get their stuff? I managed to pick up... ad revenue was pretty good for last month. So I splurged and pulled things together. And pulled in some favors and got myself a Quest 3. So I could be doing that right now, but instead I'm here with you guys. Because I love you guys. You got a brand new desk set up. That's always good. Is it a standing desk? Is it fancy in any way? Or is it just nicer? You got a Quest 3 too? Yeah. That thing's pretty slick, man. Aaron Hoodie and Eve mug. You can always get yourself a convocation mug too. Haha. Hopping in low sec while watching the stream. Good thing to do. Oh yeah, yeah. I've got this is an L-shaped desk setup too. Super good. Empires of Eve book. That's a good one. Oh, both of them. Those are super cool. I have them both. I love Andrew Groen. He's such a good presenter and such a good storyteller. Oh yeah, that's cool. Sounds good. I guess that makes sense since you're Cody. That tracks. Yeah, it does. That definitely, I'm gonna have to go back through and read everything you said because I get it now. Where was Aura? What you got? All right, I need to go mine and kill. We do need to play more Phasmo. I'm not sure how much the stream wants to watch Phasmo. I like Phasmo. Oh, do I not have? Oh, God damn it! I need a weapon. And Aeon. And Monster Hunter. And Raid Shadow Legends, obviously. Man, the people that keep telling, like, on my videos and stuff like that, it's like, oh, you faker or you sell out or whatever. Like, no, I legitimately play a ton. An unfortunate amount, probably. Although, I don't think I got the views. I don't think they're going to continue to sponsor me. But either way. Hey, Cody, becoming a member. 07. Thank you for sponsoring the stream. You get all those cool emotes. And my eternal gratitude. See? Okay. This is their... See here? This is the Kernite field, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to mine this asteroid enough to get trigger the thing, and then we're going to save this location, and without completing the mission, we're going to leave and come back with double miners and mine some of these rocks for a while. They refused to sponsor your idea, but at least they nicely refused. We can increase the viewers of Aeon by 10 times. Come back with a mining barge? Yeah, but I don't have a mining barge. And I'm an alpha. Although you can get the mining barge expert system to be able to mine as an alpha. You can't buy that with in-game currency, so I'd have to pay real-life money for that, and that's not happening. Oh! Pithy Arrogator. Arrogator? I don't know. Yes, well, yeah. That is a part of it. All you heard was pity the alligator. Arrogator. All right, let's head home. Are there any drones on the market that I could buy for cheap? There are indeed. Cheap being a relative term. I have 11 million ISK already? Good God. Drones cheap in this economy? Cheap being a relative term. Is there a website that lists all the raw resources for every system, or do I have to keep using the agency resource harvesting tab? I mean, Dotland does. Oh yeah, 11 million was a lot for a few hours. Like, that was a lot for a couple of days. Don't forget to train my drone skills. Yep, that's true. In fact, let's go ahead and put Enforcer on there. And Soldier of Fortune, too. And we could put in Industrialist. Maybe? I mean, whatever. But we can also go to Skill Catalog and check out drones. Make sure to get drones. Oh my gosh. Yeah, good point. Drones needs to be like all the way to 5. Learning skills, yeah. I joined Reddit learning skills. Yeah, the same with me. I was actually like all the way training them with Ash, and I got halfway training them on my other account when they refunded them. I was like, oh, okay. Well, fair enough. I like to, when I'm mining, I like to mine with a laser on each rock, because that way I can go for the long as possible. And if you notice, I'm using Q. I'm holding in Q to bring up this interface that allows me to select a point in 3-dimensional space to move to. And I can also click on the tactical overlay to be able to see where my position in space that I've selected is, and other things too, like the relative range of the different stuff in my location. Hunt some Magi. That's a good game too. Oh, that is Oculus being upset that my headset isn't connected at the moment. All right, I'm going to let this mine for a second. I'm actually going to go to the bathroom real quick. Maybe figure out something to snack on, but I'll be back in just... Are you okay? I'm going to be back. What just happened? Am I... Aura's not respond... I think Aura's not making any sounds anymore. There's a bug that does that, I think. So, as you can see, I can't really see what's going on with my selected target stuff with everything pushed over like this. You can click on that plus in the top right and move the target. And then you can right-click on it to make it so that it arranges the targets vertically. So now I can lock, like, several other rocks and it'll go vertical. And if I move this down, it'll work with it until I get to over halfway down. Oh, I guess... Oh, I thought it... Yeah. If you bring it down low enough, then it'll change to anchoring from the bottom. I think Aura gets bugged if you remember the gas key. Curses! Got myself some peanut butter crackers. Try to mute myself. I do like the point of interest blue highlights. It's a good subtle way of doing it. I do agree that more UI customization would be really good. The thing I don't like is that they highlight things in yellow, because yellow and white, especially when they're not seen in context with you, I don't have any color blindness, and it's still hard for me to pick out the one yellow highlighted one versus the other, especially if there's something else confusing it, like a bright background or something like that. Yeah, to be able to change the color theme more than you already can. Like, I do like the new color theme stuff that they have. So that way I can, like, change my radial menu to be purple and stuff. That's pretty cool. But the fact I really need to change my highlight color. Duka, you're very welcome, and welcome back to Eve. If you need any help, let us know. If you have any questions, let us know. Hopefully the video returning to Eve Watch This First was useful to you. And don't forget to get your million free SP if you haven't already. So, like, unironically, as a new player, mining this Kernite in this venture is one of the best things you can do, right? Because, like, I have an expert system that gets my skills high. If you're going to be mining, like, obviously, you know, joining faction warfare, doing exploration, or all that sort of stuff. But a lot of players are like, oh man, I want to get into mining. How do I get the most out of mining? Well, gas huffing is the best as an alpha, but like mining this Kernite is unironically really good. Like, as you can see, my hold is already almost 1 million ISK worth of Kernite, and it's less than about a quarter of the hold filled. Now these rocks are pretty small, but there are still some missions and stuff that also spawn Kernite. So anytime you see that Kernite in high sec, it's worth grabbing on. You did the Needlejack thing and went to Null the first day one. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So the Yeet exploration video I did. We're going to probably be doing some Yeet exploration here in a little while, like eventually. What I really want to do, but be very difficult to do, is a guide on all of the sound effects of EVE Online. All the different alarms, all the different, you know, UI biddly bits, because none of them are explained, and they all mean something. Let's think. What is your favorite thing to have happened in EVE this year? I mean, the insurgencies are really good. I think that the lead up to insurgencies, when people were finding the pieces and going out and working together and collaborating to figure out the gates and where it went and how to find the gates, that was a lot of fun. Viridian happened this year. Viridian was a good expansion, I think, but like, it wasn't a sexy expansion, you know. It didn't have anything that was like, but Homefronts are really good. My New Year's resolution is to make Bubbles get out of Zarzak. Nah, for real though, my New Year's resolution is like to improve the stream even more. Like, I want to start doing at least one monthly get together with like members and supporters. I want to start doing, you know, like focusing on the making sure we have good merch, even more, and then also like starting monthly meetings for the convocation to keep everybody in line. You know, do the professional big boy stuff. Ready for more Vanguard? Yes. Ready for more Vanguard. That is a huge one. Homefronts need an onboarding mechanic. have a place where people can go to organically form groups. The thing is that people are organically forming groups, and people made the places for people to organically form groups. And I think CCP was wanting that. I don't know, man. Dust was pretty limited. Well, this is also cross-genre tie-in. Like, Vanguard impacts New Eden on day 1. And eventually we're going to be crafting stuff from one side to the other pretty soon. Got it. Yeah. New players don't really know where to go to get into those groups, though. Correct, but the issue is that, like, new players also don't know to look for it. So it incentivizes people to go and hunt for new players to get into those groups. Automated tools that bring new players into groups may not necessarily be great, because that is, like, you want the people that are recruiting the new bros to put in a little bit of effort into it, so that way it doesn't become too exploitative, or, you know, like lazy leaders that are harvesting large amounts of people. That's actually why the convocation doesn't, like, go around and advertise to everybody or anything like that. Most people that join the convocation do so from my videos or other videos like it. Yeah, I mean, there are, like, public fleets and stuff. But yeah, I mean, if you think about it, Homefronts is really tiptoeing along that line, right? What is the best frigate to run abyssal filaments? T1 or T2? T1, Kestrel, or probably Hookbill, or Punisher. For T2, Nurgle, Hawk. Yeah. Hookbill into Hawk, Punisher into Retribution or Nurgle, with Nurgle being better. But a lot of times, like, for new player stuff, I would actually recommend going with a Destroyer. You get more loot, and you have a little bit more firepower with you. I guess frigates do get more loot than even destroyers, but you still get more loot than a cruiser, but, you know, you have more firepower with you. Yeah, it's absolutely true. And I remember asking them, like, how do you think people are going to recruit for this? And they were like, well, probably out of local, which I have seen people do. So, I mean, it does work to a certain extent. But yeah. In the past, they've tried to do things like, if you go into an incursion system, then the incursion general chat pops up for you automatically. And I think this happens in it happened in the invasion sites too. Maybe Homefronts could do that when you warp to the site or whatever. But the thing is that channel has historically never been useful, I don't think. So the best frigate is a destroyer. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, like, the Punisher is the Punisher is probably one of my favorite, like, training ships for the Abyss. The Kestrel is good, but definitely there are times that you will just die at no fault of your own because it doesn't bring quite enough oomph. The Hookbill's better in that regard. I do agree. So, like, Jeff, there's, like, the idea of, like, the world event, right? Like, there's a thing that's happening that people kind of gather to. And I was thinking that Homefronts would be that way. And in fact, they've even suggested to me when we were talking about it that they kind of were looking for that, where some of the Homefront events are designed to, like, get started with a couple of people and have more people join in midway through. But none of the things that are designed right now really feel like that's the case, you know? Like, I can see where they might have been going for that in a couple of the sites, like the mining site or whatever. But, like, not really. Not in the same way that, like, a battlefield works. Hookbill is basically just a better chest roll. That's true. The reason why you're going to want to go with those missiles, though, so, like, the Punisher works because you go with an EM plate, you know, an EM weather, and the electromagnetic weather gives you double capacitor recharge, which is the only real bonus that makes you better that the enemy can't really, you know, get anything out of for themselves. So you just can bring bigger reppers, bigger guns, you know, not worry about capacitor nearly as much, which is good, and that allows the Punisher, which is already pretty tanky, to be able to fight it out. For almost all other frigates, if you're not able to hang, you gotta hide. And the way that works is the darks. The dark field weather is the biggest weather for that kind of thing. Because whereas the other four... The other four weathers, electrical does EM, firestorm does thermal, exotic does kinetic, and gamma does explosive. Dark raises everybody's speed and limits turrets. So the key here is that the enemies in the sites have their maximum range, or their turret ranges cut, but they don't compensate for it. So the dark field will make it so that you take very little damage from most of the higher damage dealers in the Abyss. So the Karen won't, the Drifter battleship won't hit you. The Triglavian ships won't hit you very well. A lot of things won't hit you very well. Now there have been new, you know, they added in more sites that are bad for people, even in darks. You know, Concord uses missiles. Angels and Sancha are so fast that they can still get in on you, and the Angels are able to mess you up even in a dark field. But in general, frigates like to sit in a dark field, so that way the dark field will do most of the tanking for them. But that obviously kills your turrets, so you end up needing a missile ship, right? But missiles don't quite do enough damage. You can also time out if it's not 20, if you don't kill everything in 20 minutes. And some of these things are big and beefy, like the Rogue Drone battleship and the Sleeper battleship. So you need to do the most amount of damage on a missile boat as possible, which is why the Hookbill and the Hawk really stand out as potentials. They're the ones that have enough punch with them to get up to the upper levels. In before Caldari and NPC, Igris's NPCs and darks? Well, so what sites, what rats you get, what rooms you get, has nothing to do with the weather or what type of fleet you bring in, right? Those are independent variables. So, okay, a lot of people like the worm, but here's the problem. The Abyss hates drones. Hates it with a passion. Lots of things kill drones. A lot of things kill drones without any mercy whatsoever. The Rogue Drone Battlecruiser can annihilate your drone without a single warning. There are tons of times where you're just going to have a suppressor. If you get a potato, or, you know, a big Rogue Drone battleship or a couple of sleeper battleships under a suppressor, then you're just screwed. Now, the Gila is like the king of the Abyss, but that's because the Gila brings big bonuses on medium drones. Those medium drones can hang, and even they get killed every once in a while, but you've got the 8 flights. Worms, they're really fast, almost too fast in my opinion, especially because of the dark field. But even if you're not operating it, you need to be outside of a dark field for your drones to be maximally effective. You can't really be in a dark field very well. And there's just so many situations where it's like, oh, well, I guess you just get to die now because the room can kill your drones. And the worm just doesn't bring hefty enough drones for it to be a long-term solution. So a lot of people like the worm, but inevitably, eventually they die, and it makes me sad. But no matter how much I talk about the worm as being a challenging ship in the Abyss, there are always people that swear by it. So there you go. I haven't tried the Mamba. I am incredibly interested in the ability of the Mamba in the Abyss. T1's is less of a danger for sure. But so I have had somebody come to me where they ended up with, I think, a sleeper or two battleship inside of a automata suppressor, and like I remember they came and talked to me, and I was like, yeah, that's the killer. The only thing that you really can do is you have to leverage what you understand about how the AI works. And so for, I think, all of the battleships, they have a keep it range on you. So they'll move away from you if you're close enough to them all the time. So if you like nuzzle up in there and get between them and the suppressor, they will slowly push away from the suppressor. And ironically enough, we talked about that, and then like the very next day he ran into the exact same problem, and he said he tried it and it worked. So there is that. If you're really if you're quick on the ball and lucky, you can actually physically push them out of the automata suppressor range, so that way you can get your drones and missiles on top of them. I've lost so many worms in the Abyss, and I have ran 200 T1s and a worm never died once. The dichotomy of man right there. Just like everything else in the Abyss, everything's fine until it isn't. And then it really isn't. How much money have we made so far? 3.2 million. Nice. Came in real close, 2% hull. Eeh. So if you really want excitement and adventure, it goes against everything you've ever thought of as being true. But the Dark Vedmak or Dark Ikitursa is a lot of fun. The thing is that trig ships have enough like tricks to get themselves out of trouble. Like every single run I've done with the Dark Vedmak, none of them were smooth. There's always something that was like, oh shit, I'm in hull, or some crazy moment. But you've just got so many tools at your disposal that you can pull yourself out of the fire. %2 hull of a snowball kills you. Did you know that a snowball does -1 thermal damage? We don't know if this has any practical application at all, but it probably doesn't. But if you go look at the details. Will it actually heal? No, it doesn't. That's the thing. As far as we know, it doesn't actually rep. We think that the math just says like if it does a negative damage, then it does 0. But if you look, oh sorry, -10 thermal damage. The snowball does -10 thermal damage. They can, but I think that it's because that way if there's something that affects it, like a multiplier or something like that, then it only becomes more negative. Yeah, it does cool you down. It also may just be lore. Like, it may just be a cheeky little thing that they did. Does it affect heat? I wish, man. I don't think so. I don't think it has any practical effect. I think that the math just literally takes a negative number and rounds it up to 0. It would be cool if like you had a dude that's like overheated, and then like so you've got this you've got a Leshak that's overheated and a bunch of dudes with snowball launchers just shooting snowballs at the Leshak, trying to keep it cooled off. Maybe if you overheat your snowball launcher, does it take less damage? There is, so we gotta watch the YouTube videos, the old Eve Christmas specials, right? Where is it? All right. That works.
Merry Christmas! Ho, 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 ho.
This is Window Peeper. He just made the mistake of his life. He's one of the Icelandic equivalents of Santa Claus. They're called the Yule Lads, and there are 13 of them, all pranksters and hell-bent on causing mayhem. They were born to a troll mother, Grilla, who feasts on naughty children at Christmas time. The Yule Lads have followed the Icelandic people for centuries, carrying names that describe each lad's special brand of mischief. Sausage Swiper is known for his insatiable lust for smoked sausages. He can smell them for miles, and he is only happy when he has a mouthful. Door Slammer draws his name from the endless joy he receives by slamming doors during the night. Meat Hook uses his hook to steal meat. He has a limitless craving for meat, and can occasionally be spotted in the night prowling for meat to snatch. Doorway Sniffer is a peculiar fellow. He uses his big nose to sniff and locate traditional Icelandic Christmas treats called lufabröð, which he then gobbles. Window Peeper likes to spend his evenings peeping through people's windows to see if there's anything inside worthy to steal. On any given day, the Yule Lads would have gotten away with their mischief, but this time, they picked the wrong target. See, Santa Claus is one of the most powerful and respected men in the galaxy, and today, he got out on the wrong side of his cloning chamber.
Those motherfuckers.
However, the Yule Lads are not all about mischief, and with the passing of the centuries, their behavior has somewhat improved. In fact, they are currently better known for giving treats to well-behaved children in the 13 days leading up to Christmas.
Reindeer logo.
Merry Christmas on this.
Have you been good? Do you deserve a treat? The Yule Lads have some gifts for you. The fantastic festival launcher not only fires snowballs, but now it can be loaded with fireworks as well. And that's not all. The Yule Lads will be giving you a host of other treats leading up to Christmas. So keep an eye out and try to be nice.
Retribution. Oh, no! No! All right.
This scruffy-looking fellow is Sheepcoat Clod. Every year on the 12th of December, he used to make his way down from the mountains to steal milk from every sheepcote he could sneak into. His brother Potlicker wasn't any better, as he prowled in the night for pots to lick. They are 2 of the 13 Yule Lad brothers who, one at a time, pay their visit to Icelandic homes during the 13 days leading up to Christmas, born to completely dysfunctional parents. Grilla, their troll mother, is infamous for devouring naughty children, and Lepaludi, a lazy loser who Grilla married after eating her first 2 husbands. The whole family used to be considered a pest. But as Icelanders moved into the 20th century, it became clear to these misfits that they had to shape up and change with the times. And today children place shoes by their bedroom window, and each night a Yule Lad leaves treats for the well-behaved children. Those who haven't behaved get a rotten potato. In return, the children show their gratitude by leaving milk, cookies, and other goodies for the Yule Lads to take. Candle beggar. He used to steal and eat candles, but now children leave them as a gift. However, modern times and globalization has its complications and has brought in a foreign player. And this fellow feels that the Yule Lads are, shall we say, operating too close to his own business model. This has created cultural friction that remains to be settled. The Yule Lads are coming to EVE Online, so make sure to check for treats every day until Christmas. And remember, try to be nice.
There you go. So, finished mining up all the Kernite. Oh yeah, see? He wants me to make a Bantam. This is the Bantam I reprocessed earlier. And got 0 Kernite for. If you do not have any isogen or the ores that are refined from, the cheapest but riskiest option is to mine them yourselves. If instead you prefer to complete the mission more quickly and safely, you can find the minerals you require, even the ship itself, in the market. That was actually added because, you know, me and others have complained that, like, literally it just says, oh yeah, go get isogen. And, like, new players kind of got tricked or whatever into going to low-sec because they think that, oh, it's just the tutorial, it should be fine. Yeah, that was a bomb. I got enough Kernite and isogen. Then I need tritanium and pyrite. So, what do we say? Was that Scordite? right? Yeah. That was me. I tried tutorialing in Icegen in Losec. I got brutalized. Yeah, a lot of people. I mean, not a lot of people, but I run into people every once in a while that see that. But I mean, like, the thing is that CCP doesn't see that necessarily as a bad thing. Like, that's the thing about game design, right? Like, as I said, game developers develop experiences for people, much like, you know, a movie director or whatever is trying to create emotional experiences for their audience, be it humor or you know, compassion or you know, sad or fear or whatever, right? And they use the tricks of their medium in order to do so. In the same way, game developers are trying to create experiences for you, and the game itself is usually just the context by which they get there. And so, you know, in that way, not in the same way that, like, not every beat of a movie is going to be positive for the main character, not every experience that CCP designs for is one that the player themselves would see as necessarily a pleasant one, right? So, you know, like, the act of going and trying to do your thing and having it be interrupted by a player that kills you while you're not, before you know how to pay attention, is a very Eve experience. And one of the things that CCP discovered is that the worst thing that could happen is that a player comes in, plays for a little while, nothing happens during that time, and then they stop playing because it's not interesting. Getting killed by somebody in low-sec as you're just trying to figure out how to get Kernite is one of those experiences that sticks with people. And the thing is that, like, people think of, like, oh, well, people quit from the game from that. That doesn't matter. The average person has played Eve 2 to 3 times before they stick, right? So that person who goes out and dies and then rage quits because of it, guess what? In the back of their mind, there's a splinter in their brain. So they had an expectation about things, or the way things were, and that expectation was violated, right? So they process that by being mad at it, calling it bullshit, and leaving. But they know deep down inside that this MMO that other people play beat them. There's a reason why they went to go try it out the first time, and now they've given it up because it's bullshit. But it's because they expected something, and it wasn't that way, and it beat them. And so a lot of the time, those people eventually, within the next few months or years, come back to the game. Let's give Eve another try. But this time, they have a new context, right? They're not the completely naive, what is this spaceship game player that they were that first time. They now understand this is the kind of thing that I actually need to pay attention to. And that's why the more times that you come back to Eve, the more likely you are to actually be able to stick. It takes a few times. It takes a few losses. And Eve doesn't necessarily encourage you to recover from them that much. But, you know, you got to remember that the player doesn't die when they stop playing Eve. People come back. That's the whole thing. Behold, child, as I show you the pain. And that's the thing is that, like, Eve really is about figuring out how to survive in a world in which that level of pressure and tension is in play, right? Eve is, you know, they say, like, was it Sid Meier's game? One of the developers for Civilization said that, was it Sid Meier's? Yeah, Sid Meier's, I think it was, said video games are just a series of interesting decisions. And I think that Eve is a series of interesting problems that we build solutions for. And that's like what Eve is. That's why it's about the acquisition of knowledge. That's why I can start over as a new player and not feel like I need to be grinding through it all, because, like, it's all the same game. It's all, I am the person that gets leveled up ultimately, not my skill points or ISK. All right, enough of that. Let's see if any of these belts work. Damn Neckbeard. Oh. I thought you were talking to me. I was like, I know I didn't shave. I'm sorry. No. Reach to the heathen. This is the only game I play that's not really an amusement park design. I was so not ready for that, but now that I know about it, I can appreciate it. Yeah, I like to say that it's a game in which being, you know, it isn't about being the villain. It's about being a hero in a game in which that choice matters, right? In most role-playing games, it's the truest role-playing game in gaming, is my opinion, because it, you know, you can play a role in this fictional universe, as it were, this collective hallucination, but you actually have to play the role. If I'm playing D&D or World of Warcraft, if I want to be a tank and a paladin, I don't have to do anything about it. I just have to select paladin. But if I want to, in EVE, I can be whatever I want to be, but I gotta actually be it. Me, the person, needs to be able to be it. If I want to be a military commander, I gotta be able to inspire people to follow me. If I want to be a politician, I need to be able to get people to vote for me. If I want to be a mogul, I need to be able to roll with the punches and figure out how to maximize my advantages above and beyond anything my competition might have, right? So that's why I think that EVE is both interesting and important, because it allows us to see ourselves. It's a microcosm because it is populated by humans, and given human challenges, we can learn things about human behavior, even if it's not a one-to-one. We can see things about ourselves. It's a very interesting thing in that way. But also we can use these skills. We can develop skills in EVE that aren't video game skills. These are real-life skills, you know? Project management skills, leadership skills, math skills. You gotta walk the walk before you talk the talk, exactly. EVE is important because of the consequence. When I say that EVE is important, I mean, like, I'm being pretty lofty in that sense. I'm talking about, like, from a humanity point of view. I think that EVE Online has value to the human race as a thing. And I think that we pull value from it. Like, there's plenty of people that have done research about it. There have been plenty of people who have gone, you know, taken the skills. There's been people who have taken the skills in EVE Online and gone on to form Fortune 500 companies, applying the knowledge that they learned in EVE over the course of like a decade doing industry. That's real. There's a reason why it's in the Museum of Art. We're all just playing ourselves in the distant future. In a lot of ways, yeah. In a lot of ways, you, the player, are the infomorph, right? You're that consciousness that exists outside of, you know, that's separate from the clones itself, the ghost in the machine, as it were. Like, that's what you are. You are the infomorph. And then your characters are just your manifestations, effectively. I'm much better at spreadsheets now? Exactly. Yeah, Project Discovery allows you to do real-life citizen science. Absolutely. In fact, I mean, if you think about it, a lot of the learning algorithms that we have today, like even like, so we've gotten much better methods of protein folding. Like, they've used new AI systems in order to work on protein folding. Protein folding is like one of the craziest things in science, because proteins are effectively the Legos in which everything operates. And there's these core components, and they can be put together in these different ways. And depending on how they form, they do different things. And this is like how all of biology works, right? And so one of the things is that, like, it's not just about figuring out what proteins are do what, but also what proteins are possible and do what. So how proteins can be folded together is important, and like is something that's very difficult to calculate. So this is one of those things that they use for citizen science. But they take that data set. Once they have a gigantic data set of positive and negative responses, so that way they have this data set and they know what is and isn't correct or whatever, They know what correct is, like for instance with the Human Protein Atlas stuff. They can then use that massive sample size to generate learning algorithms or to train learning algorithms that then can go and do other samples because they've been trained on that. That's how learning algorithms work. So when we did Project Discovery for the Human Protein Atlas, not only did we help complete their project way ahead of schedule, but also they were able to use that knowledge of how all of the data that was collected by us performing those actions in order to train new learning algorithms, which I'm sure have helped out. Like, I mean, right now we're more directly influencing things like COVID with our current Project Discovery. But, you know, like, this is advancing the way that science works. Well, Study at Home was basically what it was combined with or like thought about. But the idea is that letting us be citizen scientists is the cooler thing. Eve is always about the player's action. The exoplanet exploration game, yeah, that was pretty good. You know that they ended up taking that concept. The Eve Echoes exploration mechanics are very similar to the exoplanet stuff. Eve is protein origami, quantum entanglement, helium isotopes, Project Discovery. Everywhere you look, it's a new rabbit hole. Yeah, well, I mean, like, so one of my this time of the year is one of my favorite things about Eve, because everybody likes to give shit about snow in space, right? But if you go and look back in the lore, on the first time that this happened, they actually explained that these metaliminal storms are actually basically like a giant sieve. They're micro defects appearing in space-time around the heart of the metaliminal storm that is effectively draining thermal energy from New Eden in those areas, which is why it improves your overheat. Like, it makes it so you overheat, does less damage. So, you know, all of those little snow things are actually not snow. They're little micro fissures leading directly to subspace. So people are always like, I like my sci-fi to be more realistic, and then they realize that something even that minute has some sort of super nerdy answer as to why it is the way it is in Eve. And you're like, okay, that's pretty cool. Sometimes you need to just let a game be a game. I agree, but I think it's really cool when it, like, yes, there are definitely some hand waviness that everybody has to deal with, but I can appreciate it when, like, the lore cares enough to have consistent answers to these things, right? Like, metaliminal storms are like another mechanic within the game, and what's happening to space-time is like kind of a growing problem with New Eden, so it fits in with what's going on. Do they have an explanation for why FTL travel doesn't break causality? Yeah, so basically, space-time itself isn't necessarily three-dimensional. That there's at least one other dimension of space-time that is known as, like, that is effectively, we're on the it's been described by Max Singularity that we are on the surface of the ocean, and that is real space-time. But then there's the rest of the ocean, and that is what's known as subspace. Okay? And hey, awesome, Fourth Gate, thank you. So the idea is that massive gravitational forces in particular, but there's other things too, can cause manipulations in space-time, and this includes into abyssal subspace. So there's these Lagrange points between two stars that they can find that where, like, the gravitational forces kind of balance out to make this particularly flat area of space-time, and then they can go there and set up and put a gate there and effectively put a lot of power into it to push down into subspace and have a little tendril, and they have two places. They have to do a bunch of calculations in order to find two places that are resonant with each other. So while they are distant to each other in local space-time, they're actually closer to each other through a deeper layer of subspace. So they push from subspace from both directions, and if those two pushes connect, then poof, you've got a wormhole. And so then those two gates can then synchronize with each other and generate those wormholes as at will. So effectively, that's why that goes that way. But the way that we travel faster than the speed of light is that the speed of light, like all things in normal real space, must adhere to the laws of physics of real space. Subspace does not follow those same laws. As I said, while you're in subspace, you do not interact with the Higgs field, which means there is no universal speed limit to you, which is why you can travel faster than the speed of light in subspace. Okay, Jeff. Thank you. I guess I should have said in space-time, the fourth dimension of space. Because I would say that time in that scenario would be the fifth dimension still. But yeah. Let's see about FTL. Are you as far as FTL communication goes, that works on quantum entangled helium isotope 4? Yeah. Which that is real stuff, guys. Like, there's so much of the like sci-fi jargon in Eve that is actual real science. It's crazy. Yeah, colonized systems are binary star systems because they need those stellar resonant points. You know, it's funny because that is actually, if you go and look at the lore now in the universe portal, it still says that under FTL travel. It still has the thing about it has to be a binary star system, which is why I explained it the way I did. The way I've rationalized it in my head is it is a binary star. Like, there is another star that it's Lagranged off of, but it's just not there. Or they got it to go off of planets, which is why they're always near planets, but, you know, whatever. No, but, no, but specifically QEHE4. Like, that's a thing. I found out that, like, HE4 is a real thing. So, it becomes a superfluid. Hold on. Binary was a brown dwarf, I thought. I don't know. Thanks for your visit. I'm struggling to get back into the game, but when I've been enjoying your content since way back when you were doing lore podcasts. Awesome. 07, Mark. Non-explanation on why that doesn't break causality. What do you mean by breaking causality? You mean because you can arrive somewhere before the light of your previous self, like the information of what you were travels that distance? Yeah. So, helium-4 is a stable isotope of the element of helium. It's far more abundant than the two naturally occurring isotopes of helium, making it about 99.999% of the helium on Earth. Its nucleus is identical to an alpha particle and consists of 2 protons and 2 neutrons. When liquid helium-4 is cooled to below 2.17 Kelvin, or negative 270.98 Celsius, it becomes a superfluid with properties that are very unlike those of an ordinary liquid. For example, if a superfluid helium-4 is kept in an open vessel, a thin film will climb up the sides of the vessel and overflow. In this state of situation, it's caused a Nolen film. This strange behavior is a result of the Clausius-Capelin relation and cannot be explained by our current model of classical mechanics. It can be understood as a quantum mechanical phenomenon. The total spin of the helium-4 nucleus is an integer 0, therefore it is a boson, as the neural atoms of helium-4. The superfluid behavior is now understood to be a manifestation of Bose-Einstein condensation, which occurs in natural collection of bosons. So the idea is that when you supercool helium-4 atoms, they all become in sync with each other, right? And because they're in lockstep with each other, they can't break away. Like, if one of them tries to get out of line, the rest of them help bring it back in line, right? So all of these elements become entangled. And you can actually separate the QEHE4, and then if you perform an action on one side, one item of it, it'll actually influence the entire chain. So you'll arrive before the info of you leaving makes it to your destination. Yeah. I think that I don't think that like there's nothing wrong with the fact that they have a physics in which causality can be broken in that way. Like, it is technically a breaking causality as we understand it in our human Earth world, but like their science has discovered a violation of causality, which is passing things through subspace. Causality is a manifestation of real space. Yes. Yes, a lot of this is based on Max Singularity's presentations, and he also did a section of the Frigates of Eve book where he talks about the peg. And so the peg, which is the very thing that lets us warp, also, because it's a giant, it's basically a spike into subspace. And so it functions as a gravitational body and makes us have drag, where we don't actually propel in the classic sense, but we kind of create a gravity well that we manipulate and fall into. But did you leave because you saw yourself leave? No, you would have to, that would be the other way around. You'd have to see yourself leave before you leave, not see yourself leave when you show up. You're just outrunning light at that point. Now, if it was the other way around, and you saw from somewhere in space-time, somewhere in the distance, you could see yourself arrive somewhere, and that tells you that you need to leave, and so you go. But I don't think that's what happens. Because you arrive at such a period of time, it would have to be light years of time in order for that to be true. Yeah. So that's not actually a breaking of causality. Right, you'd have to see the arrival before you left, which isn't what's happening. I have not yet watched Tenet, actually. Likewise, so by the time we were this far into Kernite, it was already 10 times as much. Is this going to be enough? 22,000, 4,000. Uh-oh. I should probably start mining pyroxeers. $90 units versus 90 units. So it's the same. Is low-sec ice mining worth it versus low-sec ore mining? Ore mined, fiery kernite, and jaspit? Low-sec ice mining can be good-ish, but like... I don't trust low-sec ice mining that much because it's such a static site. I like ore mining in low-sec. Now, low-sec ice mining for the event is way better than anywhere else. And also, ironically enough, because of what I was talking about earlier, normal kernite is often more valuable than fiery kernite. Oh, here's a cool thing. So at the bottom here, my inventory says it's empty because like I have nothing in my hold, but it's my mining hold that's filling up. So I can right-click on my hold in bays and go track hold in bays, mining hold. And now it shows the percent of my mining hold that's filled up. But yeah, low-sec ore mining is probably going to be better. Gas mining, gas huffing is top. I think it's a Veritasium video that talks about the QE HE4 and its property, like how basically HE4 naturally becomes quantumly entangled if it gets cooled enough. And like that's exactly what, if you read the EVE Online article on faster than light communication, that's exactly what Asbel did. So there's a section on cloning, faster than light communication. Here we go. So, yeah, Lee Asbel and her colleagues received the first FTL transmission, thus proving their fantastic theories. The Amarians were the first to master the jump gate technology and thus the first to face the problem of faster than light communication. They launched massive state-funded research to try out several radical solutions, but without success. In the end, they stopped all research, accepting that FTL communications was unobtainable. Centuries later, the Galanteans and Caldari faced the same problem following the creation of the Sodio Urabata drive. The drive allowed FTL travel within a system the Galanteans and Caldari lived in, and communications with ships using the drive were naturally impossible without conventional communication devices. To stimulate research revolving this, to solve this, all of the Galanteans and the Caldari promised huge rewards for anyone who would come up with a solution to the problem. Hey, Felipe, thank you for that. Welcome to the membership. You get all those emotes and support. My eternal gratitude. And videos early, if and when we ever edit them. Does anyone else completely hate fobs and want them erased from the game for good? They serve a mild but okay function. Unless you're talking about pirate fobs? Wait, hold on. What? Brr. What do you mean by... Which fobs are you talking about? Like pirate fobs? If they just decided to remove pirate fobs one day, I would not cry. I'd be like, oh no, why would you take something from the game? People run that. Oh no. Alright. Finally, it was young Galentian woman Lee Asbel who came up with a solution that was so simple yet deeply rooted in arcane physics that at first it was rejected as a hoax. If you go into low-sec, you're better off mining from anomalies rather than belts. True. The roots of the solution lay in an ancient paradox, often called the EPR paradox, the name shrouded in mystery. Which is, by the way, the Einstein, that's the thing that we were just talking about with the Isogen 5, or not Isogen, helium-4 QE with the Einstein, the other person, no. Yeah. Einstein's somebody else's name. Hold on. Yeah. No, that's Bose-Einstein. No, it's isn't there a thing? Wait. Oh, that's interesting that it relates to the three-body problem. Okay, this is such a rabbit hole, man. Where was it? Oh, whatever. Either way. The point is, EPR paradox is famous for contradicting quantum physics in some very important ways. Specifically, it shows that another old physics theory, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, to be untrue. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle, believed to be named after a place or person, affirms that the exact state of a quantum particle cannot be determined with full accuracy, no matter how refined the measurement of the equipment is. Blah, 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 blah. So the idea is that, like, Lee Asbel, like, they couldn't necessarily send a clear signal, but by sending a series of signals, they could actually pull from that arbitrary sequence a 0 or a 1, and therefore pass bits. So the process thus was following. A byte of information is mapped to an initial condition of the logistic map leading to a chaotic attractor. This noisy sequence is then used to modulate the measurements done on a sequence of entangled particles. At the same time, on the other side, measurements are made on the particles and a noisy sequence is extracted. Maximum entropy analysis is then done to determine the initial condition by which the series has been generated and thus map it back to the given byte of information. Note that in this case, the noisy sequence sent is totally uncorrelated to the one measured. What they do have in common is to be from the same chaotic attractor, and that is the information that actually gets transmitted instantly regardless of distance. So, is it? No, it's not Einstein-Rosen bridge. Is it? Hold on. Well, that's what I was saying. Like, I don't know what EPR... I'll have to look it up. But yeah, the point is that it's super, super nerdy and is grounded in real science. Theoretical science, but science. Like, another example is that, so in EVE Online really is the answer of the question, what if gravitons were real and we could manipulate them? Because there's so much about EVE that boils down to gravitons and their ability to generate gravitons. That's actually how the wormhole generators work. It's like two cans with a piece of string, but the string lives in the quantum realm and is infinitely long, basically, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, it is. It's the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox. So they threw in an extra name in there. But no, like, there's a lot of stuff, like, a lot of what I think I understand about the Triglavians not just comes from, like, what they've literally said about the Triglavians, but also understanding the real science behind some of this stuff, like 0-point condensate, and like their stellar manipulations and gravitons and the different suns. Like the suns weren't random, and the one gold sun is different than the other suns because like one of the largest star types in the galaxy or in known universe is a yellow sun, and with some of the most energetic suns being blue. So like there's so much real science woven and like history, obviously, like learning about the Triglavians by understanding like Slavic mythology and how it all connects and what they say about it. Like there's a lot to it all that is what keeps my attention going with it forever. Anywho, let's build a Bantam. Hopefully. Ah! Why'd I hit cancel? Why is the cancel there? Boom. Done and done. Let's go ahead and get this started. Now then. I think I just... No? What do I need to do? But I have it? Okay, fine. I'll go to the place and mine the... or whatever. What triggers pirate fobs to spawn? They just do. Time. I don't think that they get like recycled, like if somebody kills one, another one spawns. I don't think it's like that. That's not a new offer, that's the same offer. How dare you call it a new offer? So, like, here we go. With a radial menu, I don't ever have to, like, do anything. I can just, like, lock it up like this. And I can... The cool thing about the radial menu is I can just keep it already down here. And it's just going to... As soon as I get in range, it's going to light up. And I'm going to release my right mouse button, and it's just going to start locking. Boom. See? I love the radial menu. What? Why are you telling me about my capacitor right now? Okay. I do like the fact that they're teaching me things, though. They're taking different time to teach me different stuff. I like that. Yeah, I agree. Fobs definitely suck, but the good news is that you can see when rats are operating in that system, so you can always move to another system. It's too hot for the sweater. Cold for nothing. Let me try. Oh, that's not gonna work. That's green. Try a light jacket. Bye, Gersis Pirate. I'm trying to debate as to how late I want to go with the stream tonight. Balancing between when I start tomorrow morning, you know? Oh yeah, they make you hack in this site. In this, it's weird that there's overlaps between the careers sometimes. Hmm? The career agents? Were they? I always felt like there's overlap because they, you know, like they... I don't know. I've always said that the different activities should have a tutorial, but those tutorials should involve like simulations. Like you should be able to open up your agency or aura and like be like mining. It's like, or like hacking. And you click to run the simulation. It's like, okay, well, dock up in any station or structure, begin the simulation, you know? And then you can test them. Hey, in order to get out of here, you've got to be able to hack these 6 cans in 5 minutes. Go. You could even give people bronze, silver, and gold. And then they could show people, hey, look, I've passed these tutorials with these scores. You could do them over and over again. And you could do them whenever you wanted. So you could do it when you're ready to actually learn the thing. When I joined the game, it already had the five career agents that we have today. I actually am really surprised that they did just remake the career agents. And I've always been very frustrated with the number of times that they have redone the MPE without actually redoing the career agents. So I'm glad that they at least touched on the career agents this time. Because that's one of the reasons why the MPE is always kind of... Like, no matter how good they make the MPE, it doesn't matter if the career agents are the same as ever. I think I'm going to wrap things up here soon. I see that people are starting to drop off. It's also getting late. It's Christmas Eve. Past midnight in some places in the United States. We can continue tomorrow. I'll probably start around like noon my time. Or so. You know, give you time to do your Christmas presents with your kids and stuff. I do like the air career stuff. It's already Christmas here? Yeah, well, there you go. Not yet. I'm wrapping things up. Oh my god, this is going to be an hour and 25 minutes? I think we had this exact problem the last time I did the MPE, and it's like, okay, well, I guess we'll just do this, play with that one next time. Let's see. What does this one do? I have to take it 7 jumps. Yeah, I think this is a good stopping point. And we did talk about a lot of stuff and had a lot of good thoughts. Hope you guys had a good time. Tomorrow, I'm going to be finishing this up, and I really want to go over... Well, like I said, I want to see how far I can take this character in the next, you know, few days. See if we can get enough ISK to get some skill injectors or something. But until then, I've been Ashrothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you all for coming. Merry Christmas to you all, and special thanks to my top supporters, which I was supposed to... I went to go update these names. Abyssus, Aikawarazu Chan, Arkas Ilring, Belligerent Neckbeard, BlackRoseNoble, Dajat Lemmont, Drake, Federation Frontline, Ganai, J. Kuhn, Lumi, Midnight Space Monkey, Milk, Not Just Fun, Punchinello, Seeds of Plenty, Serranolin with No Eyes, Sho'Danar, Syliana Vel'ash, Tgen Tgen, Nephilim, Grendel, V-Rod Cruiser, Yantey Lepouf, Zaul Nex, Zero, as well as my Immortal Tier supporters, 745 MPSI, Erdinika the Queen, Ebo Leet, Erlidis, May, Malik Starfire, Mercuton, Nihilum, LM1, Sheesh, and Rid. Thank you all so much. If I have forgotten your name, please message me so I can get you on your list. Sometimes it's because, like, I need to get what name you want written down. Thank you to all of you who gave support tonight. And for the super chats and the super thanks and all that stuff. That was very cool. Merry Christmas to you guys. Yeah, it's just about 9:40 here. It's about noon my time tomorrow is when I'm going to target it. Either way, I'm going to get up the video like as soon as possible, and you can get the time as early as you can by joining our Discord and going into the roles channel and giving yourself the YouTube role. And if you want to join us, you can go ahead and get to know people there. And if you have not gotten your million free SP, make sure to do so by following the link. That supports all of the people that make the convocation and this show possible. Yeah, I think that's about it. So until next time, I have been Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden, and I'll see you in space.
Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city